Imagine a world where the most profound solutions to humanity's biggest, most complex problems didn't emerge from a boardroom or, a political summit.
Huh?
What if instead they were hiding in plain sight within the vibrant, sprawling worlds of our favorite video games?
It sounds almost like the opening to a science fiction novel, doesn't it? A bit out there. But that's exactly the premise we're taking a deep dive into today. It's truly a fascinating concept.
It really is. Today, we're exploring an incredible, meticulously detailed proposal that suggests exactly that. We're going to unpack the OMARG initiative.
OMARG, okay?
Yeah. This is a strategic framework that aims to translate the core organizational and, philosophical principles of the Adventurers Guild from the digital universe of Final Fantasy XIV.
Right, from SFXIV.
Into a global social enterprise. Its goal, and it's pretty audacious, is to tackle, some of humanity's really pressing challenges.
And our guide for this extraordinary journey isn't just some speculative article or blog post. It's actually a comprehensive strategic report, the FFXIV Crossover Project Research Plan. Okay? And it doesn't just theorize. It rigorously deconstructs the in-game model and then meticulously lays out a plan for its real-world application. And it's got everything: ethical oversight, detailed strategies, even a unique vision for, a symbiotic partnership with its creative source.
That's what makes this so compelling, I think. Over the next while, we're going to see how a fictional guild, one born from a period of intense post-conflict chaos in a digital realm, could actually become a remarkably practical blueprint for real-world social good.
Yeah, how that jump happens.
Exactly. We'll explore how it plans to operate ethically, how it envisions this unprecedented partnership with its original creators, Square Enix, and what it could mean for the future of global problem solving. Get ready for some truly surprising connections, because here's where it really starts to get interesting.
I'm ready. Let's dive in.
Deconstructing the digital blueprint, the Erzine Adventurers Guild.
So let's begin at the very source of this inspiration, the Erzine Adventurers Guild. When we talk about this organization within Final Fantasy XIV, we're not just talking about some simple game mechanic, are we? It's way more than just a place to pick up quests.
You're absolutely right. The Adventurers Guild in Final Fantasy XIV really transcends being a mere plot device or, a quest hub. It's actually a pretty sophisticated socioeconomic entity. And understanding its origins is crucial for appreciating its real-world potential. Its historical genesis, its backstory, is directly tied to a period of profound geopolitical upheaval in Eorzea. We're talking around 1561 to 1563 of the 6th Astral Era in game lore.
Okay, tell us more about that. What was Eorzea like before the guild, and what forces led to its creation?
Right, so before this critical period, Eorzea's city-states, places like the forest-bound Gredonia, the maritime stronghold of Limsa Lominsa, and the bustling desert metropolis of Ul'dah, they largely relied on a decentralized system of mercenaries.
Okay, freelancers, basically.
Freelancers, exactly. Sellswords, individuals hired for specific tasks without a larger, unified command structure. But then the existential threat posed by the technologically superior Garlean Empire forced a dramatic shift, a really big one.
Ah, the Garlands.
Yeah. The city-states basically had to professionalize their militaries. They had to form large standing forces like the Immortal Flames in Ul'dah or the Maelstrom in Limsa Lominsa to counter this advanced enemy.
Okay, and what happened to that massive population of skilled, often armed individuals who were suddenly displaced by this professionalization? The mercenaries who were once the backbone of defense.
That's the crux of it, precisely. This shift, while totally necessary from a military standpoint, created widespread unemployment among this huge group of skilled, armed, and independent individuals. Many of these lost souls, as the report calls them, found themselves without a livelihood, without a sense of purpose, and critically, without an outlet for their abilities.
Right, dangerous skills, maybe?
Very dangerous skills, yeah. Faced with destitution, a significant number began to, and this is a quote, resort to acts of villainy to survive. So you can imagine the immense threat this widespread unrest and potential criminality posed to the fragile social order across Eorzea. It was a real crisis of social stability.
Wow. That's a powerful real-world parallel, isn't it? I mean, when we think about post-conflict societies or even workers displaced by huge economic shifts today, how does the Guild's original function offer a concrete roadmap for OMARG's approach to reintegration and, constructively channeling skills?
It offers an incredibly clear one, really. The guild wasn't some spontaneous, grassroots movement of adventurers just deciding to team up. It was conceived by respected leaders from around Eorzea, so it was a top-down initiative, in a way. But it was conceived as a direct, pragmatic, and urgent response to this very crisis we just talked about.
Okay.
Its primary function was to serve as a vital social safety net, a structured way to reintegrate these displaced individuals and channel their potentially destabilizing skills constructively. So for Omarg, this is a profound lesson. It's about taking a potential societal liability, whether it's military veterans transitioning to civilian life, maybe individuals leaving illicit economies, or even workers displaced by technological automation, and consciously transforming it into a community asset. It's a proactive model for social stability through meaningful engagement and, crucially, purpose.
And beyond that really pragmatic origin, there's also a doubly philosophical element that underpins the guild, isn't there? This idea of the will of Azim. That sounds important. It's not just a casual belief.
No, not at all. That's a really key point. While the guild's origins were definitely pragmatically driven by that crisis,
Right.
its enduring identity and its sort of profound moral compass are actually rooted in something much older, a philosophy thousands of years old. The will of Azim. Azim is this ancient, almost mythical figure in Orzean history, whose very essence was about boundless curiosity, proactive engagement with the world, and a deep desire to help wherever possible.
Right.
Just jump in and fix things. So this inherited will, this philosophy, it transforms the very definition of adventurer from just a mercenary looking for payment.
Right, a sword for hire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Into a proactive agent of public good. These individuals are driven by purpose, by an insatiable curiosity about the world, and by a genuine desire to improve it, not just by the gil, the money they earn. This intrinsic motivation, this sense of calling to travel the world, offer their services, and make right whatever they can, is absolutely foundational for the Omarg initiative. It points to the power of shared purpose beyond purely financial incentives. It's huge.
So, okay, we've unpacked the why behind the guild's existence, that urgent, pragmatic need and its deep philosophical roots. That makes sense. But how did they actually structure this ambitious idea to make it work on the ground? What was their organizational blueprint for agile response?
That's where its design genius truly shines, I think. The guild intentionally avoids the heavy, slow bureaucracy you see in traditional institutions.
Yeah, red tape.
Exactly. It operates as a federated network of semi-autonomous chapters known as guild halls.
Guild halls. Okay.
And these aren't just randomly placed. They're strategically located in major social hubs, often integrated directly into taverns. Think of iconic spots like the Drowning Wench in Limsa Lamensa or the Quicksand at Uda.
Right. They're always in the pub.
They are. And this isn't just charming lore. It means they are literally embedded right into the community's information flow, making them highly accessible and super responsive.
Oh, okay.
This decentralized model allows each guild hall to quickly adapt to and address the unique, localized needs of its region without having to wait for directives from some distant central authority. It's agility by design.
And who are the key people running these local hubs? What's their role in this decentralized system? Are they like managers?
Sort of, yeah. Each guild hall is managed by a guild master, but these aren't bureaucrats. They're typically former adventurers themselves, individuals who have lived the life.
Ah, they get it.
They get it. Like the gruff but deeply empathetic Badron Ten Fingers in Limsa Lamensa, or the warm and encouraging Mother Bion in Gridania. These masters serve multiple crucial roles. They are mentors to new recruits, they're gatekeepers who assess potential new adventurers, and they're vital information brokers. They understand the local landscape, the needs of the community, and the skills of their adventurers. They're supported by a small staff of clerks and receptionists who handle the day-to-day administrative tasks, registering new members, processing job requests, basically keeping the system running smoothly.
Okay. So if the guild masters are at the top of their local chapter, how do the adventurers themselves fit into a hierarchy? Is there a progression system beyond just, getting better at fighting?
Yes, there's a clear and really essential ranking system for adventurers themselves. It provides a pathway for progression and, importantly, quality control.
Okay.
It ranges from F rank for total novices up through a series of tiers, often denoted by materials like wood, copper, iron, that kind of thing, all the way to the legendary S rank.
S rank, right.
Yeah.
Big guns.
Exactly. And this isn't just for bragging rights or showing off cool gear. What this all means is that it's a crucial system for quality control and risk management.
Okay.
It ensures that critical or dangerous tasks are only assigned to individuals with proven skills, experience, and reliability. This protects both the clients who rely on the guild for solutions and, equally important, protects the guild's members from being placed in situations way beyond their capabilities. It's a formalized system of credentialing and trust building. Essential, really.
Beyond the people, what about the physical spaces themselves, the guild halls? What makes them an effective piece of infrastructure? It's not just the tavern, right?
No, it's more than that. The guild hall itself is designed as a multifunctional space. It provides a suite of essential services that enable the guild's operations.
Okay.
Its most prominent feature, of course, is the public quest board, which is the central hub where clients post jobs and adventurers find work that aligns with their skills and rank. That's the core interface.
It's a job board, yeah.
Most guild halls are also cleverly co-located with an inn, offering convenient lodging for traveling adventurers, which is obviously vital for a mobile workforce.
Makes sense.
But their role goes beyond just practical amenities. These spaces serve as vital social centers. They're informal meeting points where information is exchanged, where adventurer parties are formed, maybe over an ale, and where a deep sense of community is fostered among an often transient population. This physical infrastructure doesn't just ground the guild operations. It makes it a visible, reliable, and deeply integrated part of the civic and social landscape. It's a hub of both commerce and camaraderie.
Okay, stepping beyond the organizational structure, let's look at the operational framework. How does the guild mobilize such a dynamic, independent workforce? It's not just about sticking a note on the board, is it? The guild leave system sounds much more formalized, almost like a specific type of contract or permit.
It's precisely that, and it's a brilliant innovation for managing a decentralized workforce, I think. Guild leaves are far more than simple job postings. They're physical, almost magical special passes. Small, rectangular plates of stained crystal encased in metal frames. You actually see them in-game.
Right, I remember those.
When an adventurer accepts a guild leave, they're not just taking on a task. They're granted official leave, a formal authorization to carry out the task's specific objectives.
Okay, leave like permission.
Exactly, permission authority. And this grant of authority is absolutely crucial because it legally legitimizes the adventurer's actions. Think about it. In our world, the legal complexities of empowering a temporary decentralized workforce to, say, cross national borders for disaster relief, or maybe negotiate on behalf of a local government in a crisis zone.
Yeah, that would be tricky.
Super tricky. The Guild Leave offers a fascinating blueprint for that kind of rapid, acknowledged legitimacy. It's like an official work order with built-in authority.
So it formalizes freelance work and addresses accountability in what we might call a gig economy. That's incredibly modern and forward-thinking, even for a fantasy setting.
Wow.
It really is. It provides a surprisingly elegant solution to a key challenge in managing informal or gig economies, ensuring legal standing, accountability, and a clear scope of work. The guild lift system even incorporates a clever regulatory mechanism. There are built-in allowances that regenerate over time. This serves to regulate the flow of work, preventing adventurers from overextending themselves, or, conversely, ensuring a steady stream of legitimate tasks are always available. It's a subtle but effective way to maintain balance and sustainability within the workforce.
And what about guild hests? They sound like an essential part of the training and certification process, ensuring quality and readiness, maybe?
They are absolutely vital for quality assurance and team cohesion. Guild hests, originally known as behests, I think are short, structured, group-based scenarios. They're specifically designed as practical tutorials for essential combat mechanics and, importantly, party-based teamwork. Okay, like training drills.
Exactly like training drills. These aren't just simple fights. They're carefully crafted exercises that teach adventurers crucial skills, like how to handle enemy reinforcements, navigate hazardous environments, prioritize targets, and manage complex boss mechanics, all the stuff you need to do in a dungeon group.
Right, the core skills.
They function as a hands-on training and certification program. They ensure that when adventurers form parties for more dangerous undertakings, they share a common tactical vocabulary, a mutual understanding of strategy, and a proven level of competence.
Oh, okay.
For Almarg, this is a powerful model. A similar system of practical scenario-based training modules could serve as an incredibly effective tool for credentialing its members in diverse, real-world skill sets, from complex disaster response coordination to maybe nuanced conflict mediation techniques, standardized practical testing.
That's a really strong parallel for standardized practical training. Now, how does the Adventurers Guild interact with official state powers, like the Grand Companies, the actual militaries of Eorzea? Do they just fall under their command, or do they maintain a distinct identity? That seems important.
That's a critical distinction, yeah, and it highlights a key strategic insight for OMARG. No,
Yeah.
they maintain a crucial position of strategic independence.
Okay.
The grand companies, such as the valiant Immortal Flames or the powerful Maelstrom, were reformed specifically to serve as unified command structures for the city-states' armies. Their mandate is to counter large-scale existential threats, focusing on organized, large-unit warfare like defending against Garlean invasions. Big picture stuff.
Right, armies fighting armies.
Exactly. The Adventurers Guild, in contrast, specializes in asymmetric, small-scale, localized problems that a formal army is generally ill-equipped to handle. Things like culling dangerous wildlife encroaching on farmlands, resolving localized disputes between villages, investigating strange magical phenomena, or providing targeted personal security. The fiddly stuff.
So they complement each other without being beholden to each other. That sounds like a remarkably flexible and efficient division of labor.
Exactly. While an adventurer is absolutely free to enlist in a grand company, and many do, often serving as highly flexible elite special operations forces within that structure.
Mm-hmm.
The guild itself does not fall under the grand company's command structure. It remains separate.
Okay.
This creates a remarkably symbiotic relationship. The state can leverage the skills and agility of adventurers for national security when needed, without having to absorb the guild into its often rigid military bureaucracy.
Right.
This strategic independence allows the guild to operate with a level of flexibility and political neutrality that a state entity often cannot. And that neutrality is an absolutely critical feature for a proposed global entity like OMARG that would need to operate effectively across incredibly diverse political landscapes, often in really sensitive regions. Independence is key.
Understanding how the guild functions operationally is one thing, but for OMARG to be viable as a real-world enterprise, its economic engine needs to be sound. That's always the big question. How does the Adventurers Guild actually fund itself and ensure its sustainability in Eorzea?
All right, the money. The guild operates on a diversified funding model, which is smart, but its primary revenue stream is quite ingenious. It's the commission model.
Okay, how does that work?
The guild acts as a broker or intermediary for services. So a client, whether it's a private citizen, a local government body, or another organization, posts a request for services and, crucially, deposits the reward money with the guild up front.
Escrow, basically.
Kinda, yeah. Upon successful completion of the task by an adventurer, the guild disperses the payment to the adventurer, but it retains a percentage as a commission or an administrative fee.
Okay.
This commission is the guild's most reliable and substantial source of revenue. It funds its facilities, staff salaries, all the operational costs. And what's truly fascinating here, I think, is that this model is highly scalable, and it directly ties the guild's income to the volume of work it successfully facilitates. It incentivizes efficiency and getting results.
That makes a lot of sense, directly linking their income to their core service. Pretty clever. But are there other ways they bring in money, as detailed in the report for OMARG's consideration, like backup plans?
Yes, the report details several other potential income streams that OMARG could explore, each with its own, advantages and disadvantages.
Okay.
Given the guild's crucial role in public safety and infrastructure maintenance, it's plausible they receive subsidies or direct financial aid from the city-states. Much like the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, another key group in the game, receives state support for their critical sort of extra-governmental missions.
Right, government grants.
Exactly. Then there are membership dues. Adventurers might pay a registration fee upon joining, or maybe annual dues to maintain their active membership and access to guild services.
Like a real-world professional association or a union, almost? That structure feels familiar.
Exactly, yeah. Offering that sense of professional belonging and shared contribution. Another significant avenue is the sale of goods.
Okay.
The guild could act as a marketplace, maybe reselling valuable materials, like monster parts or rare minerals, recovered by adventurers during their quests, to crafters' guilds or merchants for a profit. This leverages the adventurers' activities to create a secondary revenue stream, kind of recycling byproducts.
Interesting.
And finally, philanthropic donations from wealthy patrons or grateful communities are also a possibility, akin to how some private financing supported the early, less formalized Crystal Braves group in the game's history. So, big donations.
So these are all potential funding streams. What are the key pros and cons of each, as laid out in the source, specifically thinking about OMARG's real-world application? They can't all be perfect.
No, definitely not. The report carefully dissects them. The commission model, which is the main one, is scalable and aligns incentives, right? But it can create pressure to accept any quest. Regardless of potential ethical ambiguities or how well it fits the guild's deeper mission, especially if financial targets become paramount, you chase the money.
Yeah, mission drift.
Exactly. State subsidies offer stable, predictable funding and government legitimacy, which is obviously attractive. But they carry the inherent risk of political interference, bureaucratic entanglement, and dependence on fickle budget cycles. Strings attached.
Right.
Membership dues provide a predictable baseline of operational funding and foster a sense of ownership among members, which is good. But they can be a significant barrier to entry for low-income individuals, potentially limiting the diversity and reach of Omar's adventurers. Makes it exclusive.
Okay.
Material sales diversify revenue and create a beneficial secondary market, but they require significant logistical overhead storage, appraisal, distribution, which isn't Omar's core competency. It's a whole other business.
Yeah, logistics nightmare.
And finally, philanthropic donations, while mission-aligned and generally free from direct political strings, can be notoriously unreliable and subject to donor fatigue or shifts in donor priorities. Hard to budget around.
Okay.
So Omar would likely need a diversified portfolio, a mix of these, to mitigate the risks of over-reliance on any single model.
Makes sense. So how does the guild fit into the broader Earzian economy? Does it compete with other major players like the crafting guilds or the big merchant cartels?
Crucially, the guild operates in a way that actively avoids direct competition with Earzia's dominant economic powers. It occupies as a unique and vital niche, allowing it to thrive without, stepping on too many toes.
Okay. How so?
What is a major employment engine for a specific demographic, those with martial skills, exploratory talents, or highly specialized non-crafting abilities, the individuals who are often left out of traditional economic structures. It also provides essential services that support other economic sectors. For example, by protecting vulnerable trade caravans from bandits, or securing vital resource-gathering sites from dangerous beasts, the guild directly underpins the work of merchant and crafting guilds. They enable other businesses.
So it's complementary, not competitive. It finds its space by solving problems others can't or won't.
Precisely. Unlike the dominant trade guilds, which control production and training within their respective crafts, like the Goldsmiths Guild or Armorers Guild, or powerful plutocratic entities like the Uldan Syndicate, which dominate major trade routes and finance.
Right, the big players.
The Adventurers Guild focuses exclusively on service-based contracts rather than large-scale production or trade. This strategic positioning allows it to carve out a sustainable and complementary role in the realm's complex economy. And that's an absolutely vital lesson for Omarg's real-world strategy, identifying those interstitial spaces, those gaps, where it can provide maximum value without getting into fights with established institutions, finding its niche.
Building Omarg ethical foundations and partnerships.
Okay, we've thoroughly deconstructed the digital blueprint of the Adventurers Guild. That's super clear now. Let's transition to the Omarg proposal itself, how we translate this powerful digital metaphor into a real-world framework. And this starts with a very clear core mandate, right? What is Omarg's proposed purpose in the real world?
Yeah, the foundational purpose of Omarg is laid out as both highly pragmatic, like the guild's origins, and deeply aspirational. Its proposed mission statement is pretty clear. Omarg is a global, non-governmental social enterprise dedicated to empowering individuals and communities by creating a decentralized network for skilled, independent agents adventurers to identify and address localized social, economic, and environmental challenges, fostering resilience and promoting the public good. That's the core.
When we connect this to the bigger picture, this positions Omarg very clearly as a social enterprise. That's a specific kind of organization, isn't it? It's not just a charity or a regular business.
It is, yeah, and it's a critical distinction. It means Omarg aims to generate revenue for its sustainability, just like any business, but its primary overarching objective is to achieve positive social impact. Profit in this model is a means to an end, a way to ensure the organization can continue its good work rather than an end in itself. This fundamentally differentiates it from a traditional for-profit corporation. It's about impact first, always.
And the report highlights that Omarg is specifically designed to fill crucial gaps in modern society. What are these interstitial spaces it aims to operate within? You mentioned that before.
Yeah, this is where OMARG's agility, inspired by the Guild, truly comes into play. It's designed to address the critical gaps often missed by large government agencies or profit-driven private sectors, those interstitial spaces between large-scale solutions.
Can you give an example?
Sure, for instance, after a major natural disaster, a government might pour billions into rebuilding a major bridge or critical infrastructure, and rightly so. But it might lack the granular resources or agility to, say, repair the homes of a dozen elderly residents in an isolated, hard-to-reach neighborhood.
Right, the small-scale stuff falls through the cracks.
Exactly. Similarly, a large corporation might focus on massive, centralized renewable energy projects, but it's highly unlikely to undertake the meticulous, localized work of cleaning a polluted stream that's vital to a specific community's well-being, but doesn't offer a huge profit margin. OMARG's adventurers would be specifically mobilized to address these highly localized, often overlooked, but critically important needs, providing an agile and responsive force for granular, community-level action that larger, more bureaucratic institutions simply aren't set up to handle effectively. They fill the cracks.
Now, a core part of the OMARG proposal is its business model, and the report makes a very deliberate, almost provocative choice here. It uses a specific character from FFX FE, the notorious entrepreneur Rowena.
Ah, Rowena.
As a cautionary tale to highlight what OMARG explicitly won't be doing. This raises an important question. How will OMARG fund itself ethically, learning from these pitfalls? This seems crucial.
This is, without exaggeration, a crucial ethical cornerstone of the entire OMARG proposal. Rowena's House of Splendors is undeniably an incredibly successful and pervasive economic force within Eorzea. No question she's rich.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
But as the report meticulously analyzes, her success is built on a foundation of ethically questionable, often predatory, and deeply exploitative labor practices. The report uses her as a stark, negative example, a clear "don't do this," to identify and explicitly reject the models OMARG must avoid at all costs.
So what are some of those practices that OMARG is looking to avoid? What makes Rowena's model so problematic from an ethical standpoint?
There are three primary practices the report really zeroes in on. First, there's her use of debt bondage.
Okay, that sounds bad already.
It is. Rowena's core labor strategy involves purchasing individuals' existing debts and then buying...
Form of exploitation. What else?
Second, she employs a classic company script system. She doesn't pay her employees in gil, the universal currency of Eorzea, but in scripts, basically company tokens that are only redeemable at her own establishments or through her network of vendors.
Ah, the company store trap.
Exactly. It's a direct parallel to historically exploitative truck systems that trap workers in a vicious cycle of debt. They earn money only redeemable at the company store, ensuring they can never truly save or break free, perpetuating dependency. She controls everything.
So she controls both their income and their expenses. That's insidious. And the third point.
And finally, there's her blatant exploitation of personal vulnerability. This is really exemplified by her relationship with the master blacksmith, Geralt.
Ah, Geralt, yeah. The relic weapon guy.
The very same. She leverages his debilitating alcoholism and chronic financial mismanagement to secure his world-class, irreplaceable skills for a mere fraction of their true market value. She doesn't help him overcome his addiction, she arguably perpetuates his dependency for her own immense profit. It's predatory.
Yikes. What stands out to you about this model? It sounds fundamentally extractive, almost designed to ensnare people.
It absolutely is. This model creates a closed economic loop that benefits Rowena exclusively at the expense of her workers' autonomy, dignity, and well-being. It's fundamentally extractive and completely antithetical to the very mission of a social enterprise, which aims to uplift and empower. This is precisely why OMARG explicitly rejects every aspect of it. It's a blueprint for what not to do, a critical lesson learned directly from the source material.
Okay, so in direct contrast, what does the OMARG ethical framework actually look like? How does it build its business model on contemporary social entrepreneurship and, you mentioned, clinical ethics?
Right. In stark contrast to Rowena's exploitative practices, OMARG's business model is meticulously constructed on pillars of contemporary social entrepreneurship and core principles from clinical ethics. It's a very deliberate design.
Okay, like what?
First, there's a commitment to fair compensation and labor practices. All OMARG agents, its adventurers, will be treated as professionals, operating under transparent contracts. They will be paid in legal tender real money at or above fair wage standards for their regions and skill sets. Crucially, the use of private script, debt bondage, or any form of coercive labor is explicitly and absolutely forbidden. Zero tolerance.
That's a powerful commitment to ethical operations from the ground up. That's huge. What else defines this ethical framework?
Second, stakeholder governance. OMARG will adopt a governance model that ensures broad representation. This includes administrative staff, the adventurer agents themselves, and, critically, direct representatives from the communities OMARG serves.
Ah, so the community gets a say.
A real say. This multi-stakeholder approach ensures inclusive decision-making, promotes accountability, and ensures OMARG's operations remain aligned with the needs and values of those it seeks to help. It's not just outsiders deciding things.
Transparency must be a big part of that, I imagine.
Absolutely. Third, radical transparency. All funding sources, all expenditures, and all project outcomes will be publicly reported and easily accessible. OMARG will invest heavily in robust social impact measurement systems to quantify its effectiveness, ensuring its activities truly align with its stated social mission, and that it can be held accountable by its stakeholders and the public. Open books.
Okay.
And finally, borrowing directly from healthcare ethics, the principle of primum non nocere, or first do no harm.
Right, the Hippocratic Oath principle.
Exactly. This is a foundational ethical imperative for OMARG. Its interventions must be rigorously assessed to ensure they do not cause inadvertent harm. This requires thorough needs assessments, extensive cultural sensitivity training for all agents, and an unwavering commitment to empowering local communities to drive their own solutions rather than imposing external ones. This framework isn't an afterthought. It's intrinsically woven into OMARG's very DNA, distinguishing it as a truly values-driven social enterprise.
That's a truly strong ethical foundation. Impressive. Now, the user's vision explicitly call for OMARG to team up with existing community services. So how does OMARG plan for this symbiotic integration? It's about being a force multiplier, right? Not a competitor seeking to replace what's already there.
Precisely. That's exactly the framing. OMARG strategically positions itself as a collaborative partner, a force multiplier that amplifies existing efforts, rather than a disruptive competitor seeking to replace established institutions. OMARG adventurers would function as a highly flexible, on-demand, and specialized support resource. This allows partner organizations, whether they are local NGOs, government agencies, or community groups, to significantly extend their reach and enhance their services without the immense overhead of hiring permanent staff for temporary or highly specialized needs. It fills the gaps, as we discussed, but always in support of existing structures.
Can you give us some concrete examples of how these partnership models would work in action across different sectors? Like, what would it actually look like?
Certainly. Let's look at a few areas. In healthcare, for instance, an OMARG chapter could partner with rural clinics, hospices, or even understaffed public health initiatives.
Okay.
While medical professionals provide the critical clinical care, OMARG agents, acting as non-clinical support, could be dispatched to handle crucial logistical tasks. This might include things like transporting patients to appointments in remote areas, delivering essential medication to homebound individuals.
Right, stuff nurses often end up doing, but shouldn't have to.
Exactly. Or performing minor but essential home repairs to ensure a safe living environment for vulnerable patients. Or even providing crucial respite for exhausted family caregivers. This support would free up nurses and doctors to focus exclusively on their core medical expertise, significantly improving service delivery and preventing burnout.
That's a huge impact. Just extending the reach of vital services makes a lot of sense. What about social welfare? How would it work there?
In the realm of social welfare, OMARG could collaborate closely with orphanages, youth centers, or community support programs. Agents with diverse backgrounds and skilled trades could offer a wide range of services.
Like what?
Imagine agents with carpentry or coding skills running practical workshops, empowering youth with marketable skills. Others with artistic talents could lead engaging arts and music programs, fostering creativity and emotional expression. Still others could serve as mentors for older youth preparing to transition to independent living, providing crucial guidance on financial literacy, job applications, or essential life skills. OMARG would provide that critical human capital and specialized knowledge often missing in underfunded social welfare programs, bringing in outside skills.
And for something like community safety, the report explicitly states OMARG would not engage in law enforcement. How would that work? That seems like a fine line.
That's a vital clarification, and the report is very clear on this. OMARG would emphatically not engage in law enforcement activities, as that role is explicitly reserved for the state. Full stop.
Okay, so what would they do?
Instead, it could partner with municipal governments and police departments on non-confrontational, community-focused safety initiatives. For example, following a major crime or community disturbance, OMARG agents could be deployed to provide immediate community support, help repair property damage, or act as a neutral liaison connecting affected residents with social services. kind of like victim support or community rebuilding.
Oh, okay. Post-incident support.
Right. In non-criminal matters, they could coordinate large-scale volunteer searches for missing persons, assist in public awareness campaigns for disaster preparedness, or help organize community cleanup efforts that enhance neighborhood safety and well-being. Their role is restorative and supportive, never punitive or enforcement-based.
So what does this all mean for the communities OMARG would serve and for the partners it works with? What's the big picture takeaway?
It means OMARG acts as a highly effective, agile connective tissue. It provides the human resources, the specialized skills, and the logistical coordination to significantly amplify the impact of existing specialists and institutions.
Right, the force multiplier idea.
Exactly. This symbiotic approach maximizes efficiency for partner organizations, builds deep community trust through visible, helpful action, and crucially ensures that OMARG's efforts are always directed by the identified needs of its local partners. This makes it incredibly responsive, relevant, and truly impactful on the ground, fostering genuine community resilience from within, not imposed from outside.
Strategic implementation case studies in restoration and diplomacy.
We've established the ethical foundation and the partnership model. That's solid. Now let's explore some strategic implementation ideas. The source material draws on specific in-game events as real-world templates for Omargan, and two key ones are the Doman and Ishgardian restoration efforts. These are more than just, in-game crafting quests, aren't they? They represent something bigger.
Oh, absolutely, they are. And they offer exceptionally rich, practical, real-world templates for community-led reconstruction. These models can be directly adapted for OMARG deployments in regions recovering from diverse crises, whether it's a natural disaster, conflict, or profound economic collapse. They demonstrate practical, ground-up recovery strategies.
Let's start with the Doman Enclave restoration. What profound insight for OMARG is hidden in their approach to rebuilding, especially regarding resource mobilization, because they started with nothing, right?
Exactly. They were completely devastated after the Garlean occupation. When we think of post-disaster recovery, our minds often jump to massive top-down aid agencies or big government funding programs.
Yeah, the big NGOs.
Right. But the Doman Enclave showed a different model. Rapid response, microfinanced, and deeply community-managed reconstruction. The core mechanic involved players donating unwanted or surplus items, everything from old equipment to valuable treasures to a central fund called the CXCI.
Okay, like a massive donation drive.
Kind of, yeah. This organization, the CXCI, would then appraise and skillfully resell these goods to collectors and merchants, generating the much-needed capital for the rebuilding effort. Players received a gratuity, a small payment slightly higher than a standard vendor price, which incentivized widespread participation. Made it worthwhile for everyone.
Ah, clever. So the profound insight here isn't just about resourcefulness. It's about harnessing collective ownership, everyone chipping in, to make visible, tangible progress from day one, which must foster deep community resilience.
Absolutely. That's the key. The Doman model brilliantly demonstrates that even small, collective, in-kind contributions, which are often overlooked by major agencies, can be the engine for rapid ground-up reconstruction. It builds a sense of collective ownership and visible progress, fostering profound community resilience and a shared commitment to recovery. It's about bottom-up empowerment, seeing results quickly.
Okay, so the Doman model is about getting capital and resources from unexpected places, mobilizing the community's small contributions, and building from the ground up. Then there's the Ishgardian firmament restoration, which sounds like a much larger, more sophisticated, skills-based endeavor. What was that about?
It was indeed a more advanced, skills-based model of reconstruction, very different scale. This project took place after the 1,000-year Dragonsong War.
1,000 years! Wow!
Yeah, a long time. Ishgard, a once proud nation, lay largely in ruins. The Firmament District specifically required a complete rebuilding of its core infrastructure from the ground up. It was a truly massive collaborative project, mobilizing players as disciples of the hand, the expert crafters, and disciples of the land, the diligent gatherers.
Okay, so gatherers get materials, crafters build stuff.
Pretty much, yeah, on a huge scale. Gatherers would meticulously procure vast quantities of raw materials from across Eorzea wood, stone, metals, everything. Crafters would then transform these into construction supplies, from basic lumber and nails to intricate architectural components needed for houses, shops, infrastructure.
And what was the outcome of this immense collaborative effort? How did it transform the community beyond just new buildings?
Well, this collective effort didn't just rebuild structures. It literally transformed a war-torn ruin into a bustling new residential and commercial district, culminating in a grand skyrise celebration in the game. If we connect this to the bigger picture, it exemplifies the concept of building back better, not just restoring what was lost, but improving upon it, creating something new and functional. More importantly, though, it profoundly highlights how physical restoration, when driven by shared effort and purpose, can lead to deep social and psychological healing through shared accomplishment. It's about mobilizing human capital and specialized skills on a grand, collaborative scale to restore not just buildings, but hope and community spirit, people working together.
So how do these two distinct models, Domain Resource Mobilization and Ishgardian Skills Mobilization, come together for OMARG? What's the phased restoration protocol that the report proposes?
These two highly successful in-game case studies provide a clear two-phase blueprint for an OMARG restoration mission protocol. It's sequential.
Okay, phase one.
Phase one is the Domain model, resource mobilization. In the immediate aftermath of a crisis, whether a natural disaster, conflict, or economic collapse, OMARG's first priority would be to establish a transparent and efficient system for resource mobilization. This would involve setting up local collection points for in-kind donations, developing fair appraisal systems, and establishing secure sales channels to generate initial capital for immediate needs like food, shelter, basic repairs. Get resources flowing rapidly and build community buy-in by showing quick results.
Okay, immediate relief and bootstrapping. Then phase two.
Then, once a degree of stability is achieved, OMARG would transition to phase two, the Ishgardian model, skills mobilization. This phase focuses on coordinating a larger-scale, skills-based reconstruction effort. OMARG would systematically identify specific infrastructure needs, houses, schools, workshops. Then it would recruit and, crucially, hire local skilled labor, plumbers, electricians, carpenters from the affected community, empowering them economically, and then manage the complex logistics for larger-scale building projects.
Hiring locally is key.
Absolutely. This phase emphasizes not just rebuilding, but also skill transfer and local capacity building for long-term sustainability. It's a holistic approach to recovery, moving from immediate aid to sustainable development.
Beyond reconstruction, a global enterprise like OMARG will need to navigate incredibly diverse cultures and varying levels of trust toward outside organizations. That's a huge challenge. The report tackles this directly with a diplomacy playbook. Inspired by the allied societies of FFXIV, this raises an important question. How do you build trust without imposing external will or appearing like a new form of outside control?
This is an absolutely critical challenge for any global non-governmental organization, And the report is very clear on it. It highlights historical cautionary tales that illustrate the profound dangers of forced amalgamation versus the careful, respectful process of integration.
Okay, like what?
Take, for instance, the formation of Nigeria in 1914 by British amalgamation. They basically lumped together between 250 and 400 distinct ethnic groups under a single colonial administration. The British indirect rule often imposed artificial leadership structures, like warrant chiefs, and ignored existing social hierarchies. This created significant, long-lasting tensions and conflicts that persist even today. It warns against these top-down umbrella structures.
Right. Forcing people together rarely works well. Any other examples?
Well, think about the Roman Empire's interaction with the Celtic and Pictish tribes of ancient Scotland. It was characterized by conflict, containment, and outright coercion. Hadrian's Wall and the Antonine Wall weren't acts of partnership, they were physical acts of division and control. Roman engagement was mostly military conquest or bribery, never really a genuine alliance of equals.
So these examples powerfully illustrate the failure of models that seek to absorb, subordinate, or forcibly unify cultures. OMARG must adopt a genuine integration model instead, building bridges, not walls.
Precisely. And this is where the Allied Society model, formerly known as Beast Tribe quests in FXV.
Ah, yeah, they changed the name.
They did. And that name change itself reflects a significant shift from potentially colonialist language to one of diplomacy and mutual respect. It's very telling.
Okay.
In these storylines, the player doesn't arrive as a conquering hero or a superior benefactor dropping aid. Instead, they engage with each society on its own terms, starting with simple, respectful, goodwill tasks, building rapport. Crucially, the player helps the society solve its own internal problems, whether it's a leadership crisis, a resource shortage, or an internal conflict. The solutions emerge from within the community, facilitated maybe by the adventurer, but not dictated by them.
So, what does this all mean for Omar's approach to diplomacy in the real world? How does that sustained engagement lead to a genuine alliance, not just temporary help?
Through sustained, patient, and respectful engagement, deep trust is slowly but surely formed. The culmination isn't the absorption of these societies into a larger empire or organization, but the formation of a genuine alliance of equals for mutual benefit.
Okay.
This narrative pattern provides the core strategic lesson for OMARG. Its role is not to create top-down umbrella organizations that swallow local identities. Instead, OMARG must act as a trusted, neutral facilitator that empowers sovereign communities to form their own voluntary alliances to address shared challenges. It's about building horizontal networks of trust and cooperation, not vertical hierarchies of control, supporting local agency.
So, what does that look like in a practical phased diplomacy protocol for OMARG? How would they actually do that?
The report outlines a clear, three-stage protocol. It's very step-by-step. Stage 1, observation and needs assessment. Small OMARG teams would first embed themselves within the community, living alongside residents. Their primary task is to humbly listen to local leaders, observe daily life, understand the culture, and identify pressing, low-risk needs that can be addressed quickly and visibly to build initial goodwill. This is about understanding, not imposing solutions from day one. Just listen first.
Okay, earn trust slowly. Makes sense. Stage 2.
Stage 2, trust building and capacity development. Once initial trust is established, OMARG would partner with the community on medium-scale projects that address their identified internal priorities. The emphasis here is heavily on skill transfer and building local capacity, ensuring that the community becomes more self-sufficient, not dependent on OMARG long-term, training local people, supporting local initiatives.
Right, teaching them to fish, not just giving fish.
Exactly that principle.
Yeah.
And Stage 3, facilitating external diplomacy. Once OMARG has proven itself as a trusted partner and helped strengthen the community internally, it can then act as a neutral third-party facilitator. This might involve helping the community engage effectively with other local groups, larger NGOs, or even government bodies to form lasting, mutually beneficial partnerships that address broader regional challenges, connecting them to the wider world but on their terms.
Okay.
This protocol ensures trust is built gradually, organically, and authentically, respecting local autonomy at every step.
Foundational strategy addressing legal and corporate preconditions.
This sounds incredibly strategic, building on the lessons from the game in really smart ways.
Yeah.
But before OMARG can even get to restoration or diplomacy, it has to deal with some serious foundational strategy, especially around legal and corporate preconditions. We're talking about intellectual property, which is usually a minefield, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
How does OMARG, a real-world entity, plan to leverage the Final Fantasy IV IP, the names, the concepts, without running into massive legal problems with Square Enix?
Indeed, that's a huge potential hurdle. The OMARG project, at its core, is a bold transmedia crossover, translating a digital intellectual property into a real-world social enterprise. This presents a truly unique and complex legal challenge.
How so?
Well, copyright law explicitly protects expressive elements like art, music, specific characters, narrative storylines, the creative stuff. But game mechanics, the rules, systems, procedures, how things work are generally considered uncopyrightable ideas.
Okay, let's unpack this. The Adventurers Guild concept, its name, its rich lore, specific systems like guild leads, its core philosophy, it all exists in this really interesting liminal space, this gray area between unprotectable ideas and protected expression. So trying to adapt this without proper authorization sounds incredibly perilous for OMARG. They get sued instantly, right?
Oh, absolutely. Unlicensed adaptation would be a legal nightmare, inviting inevitable lawsuits and shutting the whole thing down before it starts. However, the report explicitly rejects the idea of OMARG pursuing a traditional, costly, and highly restrictive IP licensing model, like paying a fortune for the rights.
Okay, so what's the alternative?
Instead, it proposes a radically different approach, a social impact partnership with Square Enix, SE, the IP holder. This fundamentally reframes the relationship from a purely transactional one, where OMARG simply pays a fee, to a deeply collaborative one. It aims for profound mutual benefit that extends way beyond just money. It's a partnership, not just a purchase.
Yeah, a social impact partnership. So what are the direct, tangible benefits for OMARG in this proposed partnership with Square Enix? What do they get out of it?
The primary benefits for OMARG are immense and foundational. Firstly, and most obviously, it gains the undeniable legal right and legitimacy to use the Final Fantasy XIV IP as its foundational framework. That gives it credibility from day one.
Right, removes the legal risk.
Totally. Secondly, it gains instant access to a rich, incredibly well-developed conceptual universe, a detailed organizational blueprint that has already captured the imaginations of millions of players worldwide. They don't have to invent it all from scratch. Thirdly, and perhaps most powerfully, it gains immediate access to a global community of potential supporters, the massive, passionate player base of Final Fantasy XIV who are already familiar with and deeply invested in the core concepts. Instant audience, potential volunteers, donors.
Wow, yeah. Built-in community.
Huge advantage. And finally, it instantly acquires a powerful, recognizable, and beloved brand identity. That's a massive head start for any new global initiative seeking to establish trust and recognition. People already know and like the Adventurers Guild idea.
Okay, that's a compelling package for Omarg. But what's the value proposition for Square Enix? Why would a huge corporation like SE agree to this, especially when it's not a direct financial transaction? What's in it for them?
That's the really clever part of the proposal. The benefits for Square Enix are significant, unique, and multifaceted, far beyond a simple licensing fee. First, it would be a landmark corporate social responsibility, CSR initiative.
Okay, good PR, basically.
Way beyond standard PR. This would position SE as a pioneer, launching one of the most innovative and genuinely impactful CSR initiatives in the entire tech and entertainment sectors. It would provide irrefutable evidence of the company's commitment to positive social change, resonating deeply with investors, employees, and consumers alike, especially younger demographics who care about this stuff.
Okay. What else?
Second, it would generate unparalleled public relations and brand enhancement. The narrative of a beloved video game inspiring a real-world global force for good is extraordinarily powerful and inherently media-friendly. It would generate immense positive media coverage, distinguishing the Final Fantasy XIV brand in a crowded marketplace, and creating an inspiring story that transcends the gaming niche. Think of the headlines.
Yeah, that's a great story.
And third, it would position SE as a global leader in transmedia social impact. They would be seen as pioneering a new way to leverage interactive storytelling and digital world building for tangible positive change in the physical world. This creates a compelling and unique narrative for shareholders about the long-term value, cultural relevance, and innovative potential of their creative assets. It shows their games matter in a whole new way.
What stands out to you about this particular approach to intellectual property? It seems to fundamentally redefine what IP can be used for, moving beyond just entertainment or merchandise.
It truly is groundbreaking, I think, because it moves beyond a purely financial, transactional understanding of intellectual property. It recognizes that IP can possess immense cultural and social capital far beyond its commercial value.
Right.
By partnering with a social enterprise like Omarg, Square Enix wouldn't just be licensing a brand, they would be amplifying the positive social impact and cultural resonance of their creation in ways traditional licensing agreements never could. The payment in this model isn't money, it's a shared mission, mutual reputational enhancement, and frankly, a powerful, positive legacy for their game.
And that leads us to another key concern the report addresses: Project Legacy. What about the potential erosion of the source material itself through ongoing game updates and redesigns? This raises an important question. If the game itself changes, what happens to the inspiration? Does the foundation crumble?
This is a truly fascinating and important point, and it really demonstrates the depth of the report's foresight. It's thinking long-term. The report highlights a key concern for any project drawing inspiration from a live, evolving digital product like an MMO: the alteration of the source material through ongoing game updates and redesigns.
Yeah, MMOs change all the time.
Exactly. The specific case study cited is the dungeon, The Thousand Maws of Totorak.
Oh, Totorak. I think a lot of us remember trying to navigate that maze. It was notoriously frustrating for so many players back in the day.
You're definitely not alone. It certainly generated strong opinions. It was indeed a confusing, maze-like environment where players had to actively search for Magitech photocells to disable barriers in progress, often getting completely lost.
Yeah, I remember. Rage quitting. Maybe.
Slight chuckle. Understandable. But the report argues that this original design, while frustrating for some, was actually a vital player training scenario. Enhancement. and frankly, a powerful, positive legacy for their game.
And that leads us to another key concern the report addresses: project legacy. What about the potential erosion of the source material itself through ongoing game updates and redesigns? This raises an important question. If the game itself changes, what happens to the inspiration? Does the foundation crumble?
This is a truly fascinating and important point, and it really demonstrates the depth of the report's foresight. It's thinking long-term. The report highlights a key concern for any project drawing inspiration from a live, evolving digital product like an MMO, the alteration of the source material through ongoing game updates and redesigns.
Yeah, MMOs change all the time.
Exactly. The specific case study cited is the dungeon, The Thousand Maws of Totorak.
Oh, Totorak. I think a lot of us remember trying to navigate that maze. It was notoriously frustrating for so many players back in the day.
You're definitely not alone. It certainly generated strong opinions. It was indeed a confusing, maze-like environment where players had to actively search for Magitech photocells to disable barriers in progress, often getting completely lost.
Yeah, I remember. Rage quitting. Maybe.
Slight chuckle. Understandable. But the report argues that this original design, while frustrating for some, was actually a vital player training scenario. It subtly and sometimes painfully forced players to learn crucial skills like navigation, environmental problem solving, and meticulous exploration. It wasn't just a dungeon, it was a lesson in map reading and persistence, even if unintentional sometimes.
Oh, never thought of it that way.
Okay. However, the dungeon was later redesigned in patch 6.1 to create a much more linear, streamlined experience, primarily to accommodate the duty support AI companions, making it easier for solo players or those with NPCs. The maze was gone.
So what does this all mean for Omarg? A simple demand to revert changes seems totally unrealistic, given the game's continuous evolution and the reasons for the changes. How does the report propose handling this digital heritage?
Exactly. A simple demand to revert changes is unrealistic and frankly disruptive to the live game and its current player base. Instead, the report brilliantly reframes this concern as digital heritage preservation.
Digital heritage, okay.
The original design of Totorak and potentially other significantly altered content isn't just an old version, it's the digital urtext, the foundational version that directly inspired some of Omarg's principles, like problem solving, navigation, and persistent effort. Therefore, its preservation is of material importance to the project's conceptual legacy. It's part of the origin story.
Okay, so how do they propose preserving it?
The proposal is for the Omarg-Z partnership to jointly create the Omarg-Z Digital Heritage Initiative.
And what would this initiative actually do? How would it preserve this digital urtext without disrupting the ongoing game experience for current players?
It would have two primary complementary goals. First, digital archaeology and restoration. The initiative would fund a dedicated project within Square Enix to meticulously recover and restore legacy versions of specific game content. This would include original dungeon layouts like Totorak, or perhaps unabridged cutscenes that were later shortened for pacing.
Okay.
This is framed not as a correction of past design choices, but as an act of cultural preservation, akin to creating a scholarly edition of a classic text or a director's cut of a significant film. It acknowledges the historical evolution of the game while saving the original artifact.
Right, and the second goal?
Second, the creation of a legacy mode. The restored content wouldn't just sit in an archive. It would be made available to players through an optional legacy mode or similar feature within Final Fantasy XIV itself.
Ah, so you could choose to play the old versions.
Exactly. This would allow both new players curious about the game's past and veteran players wanting to revisit their origins to experience the game's history and, crucially, the specific designs that inspired Omarg. This would be offered as an alternative experience, completely separate from and without disrupting the streamlined experience of the main game. You opt in.
That sounds like a true win-win scenario. Omarg gets its inspirational source material preserved, giving it a deeper conceptual root and a tangible connection. And Square Enix gets fantastic positive PR. SE partners with global NGO to preserve its digital legacy, adds unique historical value to its product, and reinforces the cultural significance of its own work.
Precisely. It reinforces the cultural significance of their creative work while directly benefiting the preservation of the Omarg initiative's conceptual roots. It's a remarkable example of how a social enterprise can offer tangible value back to its corporate inspiration, completing the circle.
Roadmap to impact.
All right, we've covered the digital blueprint, the ethical foundation, the strategic implementation, and even the foundational legal and corporate strategy. It's a really comprehensive vision. Now, how does Omarg go from a detailed plan on paper to actual impact in the real world? We need a clear, actionable roadmap. How do they start?
Yeah, you can't just flip a switch on something this ambitious. Launching a global initiative of Foundation and Partnership, Year 1. The initial focus is entirely on getting the fundamental groundwork laid. First, Omarg needs to be established as a formal legal entity. The report recommends a B corporation, or perhaps a hybrid nonprofit-for-profit structure, something that strikes that crucial balance between social mission and financial sustainability. Get the legal structure right.
Right, paperwork first.
Then, a founding board of directors needs to be assembled. This board should be composed of experts in international development, social enterprise management, law, finance individuals who can provide robust oversight and strategic guidance from the start. Get the right people in charge.
Okay.
Crucially, during this period, OMARG will engage directly with Square Enix's executive leadership. This means developing and formally presenting the comprehensive social impact partnership and digital heritage initiative proposals we discussed earlier.
Yeah.
The aim here is to secure those foundational IP rights and establish that unique collaborative relationship. Make the partnership official. Exactly. And finally, initial seed funding needs to be secured. This would likely come from diverse sources, philanthropic foundations that support social innovation, impact investors who prioritize social returns alongside financial ones, and potentially, critically, Square Enix itself as part of the partnership. This seed funding will enable the recruitment of a small, agile core executive team to actually run the show and oversee the upcoming pilot phase. Get the money and the core team.
Okay, makes sense. Then, assuming that foundation is successfully laid, we move into phase 2, pilot program launch. What does that entail for years 2 and 3, putting boots on the ground?
Phase 2. Pilot program launch, years 2-3, is where OMARG transitions from planning to real-world execution, albeit on a controlled small scale. Learn by doing, but carefully. The first step is meticulous site selection.
Where do they start?
The report recommends identifying 2 contrasting pilot locations to rigorously test the model's versatility across different types of challenges. For example, one site could be a community recovering from a recent natural disaster, allowing OMARG to test its restoration protocol, drawing on those Doman and Ishgardian models we talked about.
Okay, a post-disaster scenario.
Right. The other could be a region with chronic, systemic gaps in social services for marginalized populations, allowing OMARG to test its symbiotic integration protocol through partnerships with existing local organizations. Test both core models.
And once those sites are selected, how does OMARG begin its work on the ground? Do they just show up?
No, definitely not. Then comes community engagement and needs assessment. Small, carefully trained OMARG teams would be deployed to each pilot location. They would rigorously implement the Allied Society diplomatic protocol we explored earlier, the listening, the observation, the trust building. That's absolutely critical for building genuine relationships with local leaders and existing organizations and conducting thorough, community-led needs assessments. Ensure OMARG's interventions are truly aligned with local priorities, not assumptions.
Right, the diplomacy playbook in action.
Exactly. Finally, during this phase, implementation and data collection would begin. OMARG would launch its initial operations, perhaps implementing the Doman model for immediate resource mobilization in the disaster site, and establishing formal partnerships with local clinics or schools in the social services site. And throughout this phase, meticulous data would be collected on all operational and impact metrics: what worked, what didn't, how much it cost, what the community thought. This provides essential feedback for refinement. Measure everything.
Okay. And if those pilots prove successful, that leads to the ultimate goal. Phase 3, scaling and network growth. What does that look like in years 4 and 5, taking it global?
Exactly. Phase 3, scaling and network growth, years 4 to 5, focuses on strategically expanding the validated model. This phase kicks off with a rigorous analysis and refinement process. A comprehensive review of all the pilot program data is undertaken: successes, failures, costs, impacts. Identify what worked best, pinpoint problems, and determine specific areas for improvement. This allows OMARG to refine its operational playbook based on concrete, real-world evidence, ensuring maximum effectiveness before scaling. Learn from the pilots.
Makes sense. What else happens in Phase 3?
Concurrently, there's platform development. OMARG would develop and launch its own sophisticated digital platform. This would serve as a global hub for recruiting, thoroughly vetting, and credentialing adventurers from around the world. Think of it as the global Guildhall Online.
Ah, the tech piece.
Right. The platform would feature a dynamic quest board for posting and accepting assignments in approved operational zones, efficiently matching skills to needs globally. And finally, strategic expansion. Based on the refined model and proven success from the pilots, OMARG would begin strategic expansion into new regions. But carefully, prioritizing areas where the OMARG model can have the most significant social and environmental impact and where strong local partnership potential exists. It's a carefully considered, evidence-based approach to global growth, not just planting flags everywhere.
As a social enterprise, Omar's success isn't measured by profit alone, as you said. So, how will it actually measure its success? What are the key performance indicators or KPIs that go beyond traditional financial metrics? How do they prove they're actually making a difference?
That's absolutely critical for legitimacy and accountability. As we've emphasized, Omar's success is primarily measured by its societal impact, which necessitates a robust monitoring and evaluation framework from day one. The report breaks this down into two crucial categories: community-level indicators and organizational-level indicators, measuring both outside impact and internal health.
Okay, let's start with those community level indicators. How would Omar quantify its impact on the ground in the places it works?
For community-level indicators, success would be meticulously measured across economic, social, and environmental dimensions, directly reflecting Omar's mission. Economically, this would include tangible metrics like, is there an increase in local household income within target communities? How many new small businesses were supported or created through OMARG interventions? Is there a measurable reduction in unemployment rates for specific demographics they're working with? Real economic change.
Okay, what about social impact?
Socially, they would look at measurable improvements in community-identified well-being indicators. Things like improved access to healthcare, maybe better educational attainment rates, but also softer things like shifts in social cohesion indices. Do people feel more connected? And maybe increased rates of volunteerism and civic participation. Does the community feel stronger?
And environmental.
Environmentally, KPIs would include quantifiable measures like hectares of land reforested or restored, tons of waste removed from local ecosystems, or documented improvements in local water and air quality. Direct, measurable environmental benefits. These are all about direct, observable change in people's lives and environments.
Okay, that covers the external impact. And then what about the organizational level KPIs? How would Omar track its own internal efficiency and sustainability? Is it running well?
Right. For organizational level indicators, these would track Omar's internal performance, efficiency, and sustainability as a functioning entity. Operationally, this means tracking things like the sheer number of projects or quests successfully completed. The number of active credentialed adventurers within the network is the workforce growing and engaged. And crucially, satisfaction scores from community partner organizations. Do the partners feel it's working well, reflecting the quality of collaboration.
And financially?
Financially, it would involve measuring the financial sustainability ratio. How does revenue compare to expenses? Are they breaking even or better? The diversity of funding sources, are they too reliant on one donor? And the percentage of the overall budget spent directly on program activities versus administrative overhead, classic efficiency metric.
Right.
Keep overhead low.
Right.
This holistic approach ensures accountability to both its mission and its stakeholders, demonstrating that it's not just doing good, but doing it efficiently and sustainably for the long haul.
Wow. This deep dive has revealed that the OMARG initiative is far more than just a novel business model or a cool idea. It's truly a testament to the profound power of creative digital worlds to inspire tangible, positive change in the physical world.
It really is. It posits that the very human desires for adventure, for purpose, and for deep community connection qualities so powerfully captured and cultivated in online worlds like Final Fantasy XIV can actually be harnessed. Harnessed as a genuine, decentralized global force for good.
And the comprehensive framework we've explored today provides a clear, actionable pathway to transform this inspiring vision into a tangible reality. It's not just wishful thinking, there's a plan.
A detailed plan.
It's a model for a world where a decentralized network of empowered individuals can respond with agility and compassion to challenges that larger, more bureaucratic institutions simply can't effectively address sometimes. Those gaps we talked about.
Exactly. It's a framework for building resilience, not through top-down directives, but through authentic grassroots collaboration and mutual trust built from the ground up.
So, what does this all mean for you listening right now? As we navigate an increasingly complex world, perhaps the greatest adventures aren't just in the virtual worlds we play in.
Maybe not.
But in the real world, in the service of others, waiting for us to answer their call. What stands out to you about how a game can inspire real-world change? And maybe what problem in your own community might benefit from this kind of adventurous, problem-solving spirit? Something to think about.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, where we take a stack of your sources, extract the most important nuggets of knowledge, and hopefully add just enough humor to keep you hooked.
Yeah.
Today, we're plunging into a concept that honestly sounds like something pulled straight from an epic fantasy novel. Yet it proposes a remarkably concrete, really comprehensive solution to some pretty pressing real-world challenges. Imagine, a world where the spirit of adventure isn't just for digital quests, but actively transforms lives and communities right here on Earth.
Yeah, it's fascinating. What's truly compelling here is how Project OMARG, that's the Organization for Mutual Aid, Rehabilitation, and Growth, takes the foundational concept of an adventurers guild directly from, well, a hugely popular online game, Final Fantasy XIV.
Right.
And it meticulously translates its core mechanics into a tangible nonprofit framework. We're talking about its unique social organization, its innovative economic incentives, and its community-led reconstruction methods, all reimagined to address complex societal needs.
That's a really audacious vision.
It is. The potential is immense.
And you've shared with us such an intricate, this is a fascinating blueprint you've given us here. This isn't just some concept paper, it's a detailed proposal. It outlines everything from OMARG's proposed global organizational structure to a truly unique, non-monetary economy that could, kind of redefine volunteerism.
Mm-hmm.
It even delves into how it plans to engage in critical areas like post-conflict recovery and the increasingly vital yet often overlooked field of digital heritage preservation. This really is a true deep dive into what a global adventurers guild could actually look like, far beyond the screen.
Absolutely. And our mission today is to uncover the most important insights from this incredibly detailed framework. We want to understand not just what Project OMARG proposes, but why these Final Fantasy community-inspired systems are designed in a way that fosters purpose, builds robust communities, and ultimately drives real, measurable social impact.
Okay.
So we'll explore its three-pronged approach. The establishment of community hubs as local guild halls, that innovative closed-loop economy designed to motivate and reward without traditional currency.
That part's really interesting.
It is, and also a strategic model of symbiotic partnerships with existing public and nonprofit services. It's about leveraging the power of virtual world design for concrete, positive change in our own reality.
Now, the genesis of this whole thing, it's pretty unique, isn't it? It actually comes from a surprising place. The detailed lore of Final Fantasy XIV's own Adventurers Guild.
That's right.
And this isn't just narrative flavor for a game, it was actually a critical social stabilization instrument within the game's world, Eorzea.
Exactly. Think about it. After the withdrawal of the formidable Garlean Empire, a period known as the Age of Calm descended upon the land.
Right, the Age of Calm.
So the city guards, who had previously been engaged in constant external threats, they transitioned into legitimate standing armies focusing on national defense.
A big shift.
A huge shift. And this had an unexpected and profound consequence. It rendered a huge class of highly skilled, combat-capable mercenaries and sellswords utterly obsolete. Their specific talents, once in high demand, just no longer fit into the new, more peaceful social order.
Okay, so suddenly you have all these skilled fighters with nothing to do.
Precisely. And this sudden mass unemployment of a population trained in combat created a significant social crisis. Without their traditional livelihoods, many of these displaced individuals began resorting to what the lore describes as acts of villainy to survive.
Right, desperation sets in.
It wasn't just a few individuals, it was a genuine societal problem, leading to potential widespread chaos and instability. And if we step back and connect this to the bigger picture, what's truly profound here is that respected leaders across Eorzea then collaborated to form this network of guilds.
The Adventurers Guilds.
Yes, their primary purpose. To provide these lost souls, these individuals whose skills no longer fit the conventional economy, with an opportunity to redeem themselves by aiding others.
Oh yeah, so turning a liability into an asset.
Exactly. It transformed a societal liability into a celebrated asset, turning individuals who could have been disruptive forces into essential contributors to society. This Eorzean precedent doesn't just provide an analogy, it offers a profound insight into, human psychology and social organization.
Oh, so?
It suggests that even in crisis, individuals aren't just looking for jobs, They're looking for purpose and belonging. OMARG harnesses this innate human drive. It shows how transforming liability into an asset isn't just a practical solution, but it's a path to societal healing and individual dignity.
And it really does resonate. When you consider current global challenges, the dramatic economic shifts from automation, the impact of deindustrialization, mass displacements due to climate change, or even the consequences of military conflicts ending.
Yeah.
All of these regularly displace large segments of our workforce. We see people with valuable skills struggling to find their footing in a changed world.
Precisely. Veterans, in particular, often struggle significantly to translate their highly specialized military skills into civilian life. This can lead to high rates of unemployment and, tragically, marginalization, even homelessness.
It's a huge issue.
It is, and Project OMARG directly adopts the Guild's foundational principle, creating a structured, respected, and purposeful alternative for individuals whose skills may not fit neatly into the conventional economy. It's a proactive solution designed to prevent the social instability that can arise from systemic unemployment and a lack of purpose.
So it takes that core guild mandate from the game.
Right, the travel the world, offer their services, and make right whatever they can idea. That translates directly to OMARG's mission of community service, disaster relief, skills-based volunteering, and specialized support.
And in the game, adventurers are like heroes, right? Celebrity figures.
They really are. They're vital because they perform dangerous and essential services that average citizens can't: monster slaying, hazardous research, literally saving lives and upholding society. OMARG adventurers would similarly address critical gaps in our own social infrastructure, earning respect and social capital through their tangible, life-affirming contributions.
It's about giving purpose and dignity back through service.
Exactly, fostering a sense of belonging for those who might otherwise be left behind. Not just a job, but a role.
That's a powerful vision, but realizing it globally often means wrestling with, bureaucracy and trying to maintain local relevance. How has OMARG designed its organizational structure to tackle those challenges, to ensure both global reach and local impact? I see it's a decentralized network, which sounds smart, but how does that work?
That's a crucial question, absolutely, because centralization can stifle local initiative, right? But too much decentralization can lead to chaos. OMARG tries to balance this with global strategic oversight and strong local autonomy.
Okay.
So at the top, you have the Global Administration, which they're calling the Grand Council. This council isn't just a few execs, it's envisioned as a diverse group of experts. Nonprofit management, international law, development economics, social work, even cultural anthropology.
A broad base.
Very broad. Their responsibilities are critical. Establishing and upholding a global code of ethics, managing central funds from international subsidies and philanthropy, coordinating large-scale multinational disaster relief.
The big picture stuff.
Right. And also developing and disseminating best practice templates for local chapters, ensuring consistency in quality and mission while allowing for local adaptation. But what's truly fascinating here is the emphasis on the local guild halls.
Like the drowning wench.
Exactly. Modeled after iconic in-game locations like that. They're envisioned as more than just administrative offices. They're meant to be welcoming third places.
A third place.
Yeah. A social environment separate from home, the first place, and work, the second place. It's critical for fostering community and informal interaction. These guild halls won't just be offices, they'll be integrated community centers.
Okay, what does that look like?
Each will feature a public-facing area for community members to meet and socialize, a central quest board where tasks from partner organizations are posted.
Like in the game.
Just like in the game. Plus administrative offices, dedicated training rooms and workshops for skill development, temporary lodging facilities for new members or those in transition.
Lodging, really?
Yeah, temporary support, and even co-located services provided by partner organizations, maybe a mental health counselor's office or a legal aid clinic right there in the guild hall.
Wow, so it's deeply embedded in the community.
That's the idea. This physical infrastructure is designed to make the guild visible, accessible, and integral to the community fabric, encouraging organic interaction, building trust, and becoming a real anchor point for local social activity.
I see. So it's not about a rigid corporate ladder, but a system that mirrors those adventurer roles to make things work efficiently and really empower people.
Mm-hmm.
How does that break down into roles within a guild hall?
It's all about fostering progression and mutual support, yeah. At the local level, you have the guild master. They're the director of that specific guild hall.
The boss.
Sort of a leader and mentor, yeah. Responsible for day-to-day operations, forging local partnerships, managing resources, and acting as a chief mentor. The blueprint says guild masters will often be veteran adventurers themselves, people who've shown leadership, commitment, and understand the mission deeply.
Makes sense. Experience counts.
Absolutely. Then you have the adventurers, the core members. When they register, they get access to resources and opportunities. They operate within a skills-based ranking system.
Ah, ranks. Is there rigid?
Not really rigid hierarchy, no. It's more about matching individuals with tasks appropriate to their experience, making sure complex work is handled by qualified people, and new members aren't overwhelmed. It allows for steady growth. And this leads to a really critical role: the mentors. These are experienced adventurers who volunteer to guide new recruits, especially those referred from, say, the criminal justice system or other challenging backgrounds.
That sounds vital for the rehabilitation aspect.
It's absolutely central to OMARG's rehabilitative mission, providing invaluable personalized support, guidance, and a crucial role model. And finally, you have the administrative staff.
The support crew.
Exactly. A professional support team at each guild hall: clerks, treasurers, advocates, handling everything from managing the quest board and member records to finances and legal matters with partners. This layer ensures operational integrity and accountability, letting the adventurers and mentors focus on their core mission of service. Now, if we step back to see the broader implications, the sustainability and public trust of an organization like OMARG, especially one aiming to be global and funded by public and private money, relies entirely on maintaining the highest standards of ethical conduct and transparency.
Absolutely non-negotiable.
Right. So the governance framework proposed is built on established best practices for the nonprofit sector. The Grand Council will ratify, and all local chapters must adopt, a suite of core governance policies.
Such as?
Well, a robust written conflict of interest policy requires annual disclosure from board members, senior staff, and documented minutes whenever the policy is invoked. Prevents personal interests from influencing decisions. It's a foundational safeguard.
Right, and you mentioned transparency earlier.
Yes, financial transparency and public disclosure. OMARG plans to make its annual budgets, funding sources, expenditures publicly available, similar to an IRS Form 990 in the US. This level of transparency is crucial for earning and keeping public trust.
So anyone can see where the money goes.
That's the goal. They also have a robust whistleblower protection policy, creating a safe, confidential channel for anyone inside to report misconduct without fear of reprisal. Vital for internal accountability.
Good. And record keeping.
A clear document retention and destruction policy for managing official records, ensuring accountability over time.
Makes sense.
And given the sensitive nature of the information, OMARG will handle member health records. Maybe criminal histories, a stringent data protection and privacy framework is essential. Drawing on principles from GDPR, HIPAA, ensuring member confidentiality and building trust.
That's critical, especially globally.
Absolutely. Non-negotiable for an entity dealing with potentially vulnerable populations.
Which raises an important question. How do you maintain these standards across diverse cultures? Especially in regions with, say, immense ethno-linguistic diversity, like Nigeria, which was mentioned in the sources. A top-down approach might not work.
Exactly. OMARG's approach isn't static or top-down, which is really crucial. Their framework emphasizes engaging stakeholders. Meaning they'll actively involve the communities they serve, members, local leaders, partner organizations in shaping policies and practices. This ensures OMARG's actions are culturally appropriate and align with local values, avoiding that one-size-fits-all trap.
Adapting locally.
Yes. And on top of that, there will be regular ethical audits conducted by an independent ethics committee, completely separate from the Grand Council's operational leadership.
Independent oversight.
Right. This committee reviews everything: fairness of the internal economy, impact of partnerships, adherence to policies. This commitment to robust, transparent, adaptive governance infused with local input is fundamental to building lasting public trust for a global initiative like this, especially in places where external aid might have been viewed with skepticism historically.
Okay, let's turn our attention to one of OMARG's central innovations. And this is where the game, Final Fantasy XIV, really provides a surprisingly sophisticated framework for, well, incentivizing behavior in the real world. I'm talking about its adoption of a closed-loop, non-monetary economy inspired by the game's multi-tiered currency systems. It's a truly ingenious way to motivate and reward participation without direct financial compensation.
It really is.
Like, consider Grand Company seals in the game. They're the most accessible currency, right? You earn them for broad community service, participating in fates, those dynamic public quests.
Yeah, the ones that just pop up.
Or completing daily roulettes, those recurring assignments and supply missions. They're effectively a measure of your contribution to the collective good.
Gamified civic duty, essentially.
Exactly. You redeem them for essential items, gear, promotions in rank, It rewards everyday contributions, makes you feel part of a larger effort. Then you have crafters and gatherers scripts, a distinct, specialized economy for high-level artisans. You earn them not for general tasks, but for producing specific high-quality collectible items for Rowena's House of Splendors.
Ah, yes, Rowena.
There are different tiers, weekly caps, signifying higher value and skill exclusivity. And crucially, scripts are mainly used to buy superior tools, exclusive materials, and master recipe books with advanced crafting knowledge.
So it creates that powerful self-reinforcing loop?
Right. Mastery of a skill generates the currency needed to further enhance that same skill. It's an economy built around pursuing excellence and continuous improvement, rewarding expertise.
Yeah, very clever design.
And finally, elegant tombstones. In the lore, they aren't really currency, are they? They're like ancient data storage devices, futuristic hard drives left by an advanced empire.
Containing lost knowledge.
Exactly. Military secrets, crafting techniques, history, philosophy. Players get them from the most challenging content. And they exchange them, again with Rowena, for the most powerful gear.
So it establishes knowledge, especially sensitive, powerful knowledge, as the ultimate form of value.
Yeah, and the exchange with Rowena, this shrewd businesswoman, implies a need for a trusted intermediary to control potent information. Knowledge comes with responsibility and power.
What's truly ingenious here is how Omarg adapts these systems to motivate and reward participants without direct financial compensation. This preserves its nonprofit status and insulates its mission from, volatile market pressures. The whole system is funded by external subsidies and resource donations.
Right, so it stays focused on the social good.
Exactly. So let's break down Omarg's three-tiered system. Tier 1. Community seals are the foundation, awarded for general community service, civic projects volunteering at a food bank, neighborhood cleanup, elder care companionship, event logistics.
The basics.
The basics, yeah. These seals can be redeemed at the Guild Hall's quartermaster for essential goods and services, meal vouchers, transit passes, work apparel, access to temporary housing.
So it directly links contribution to basic needs.
Precisely. Especially important for vulnerable members. Then, Tier 2, artisan scripts, awarded for specialized, high-quality skills requiring significant training or expertise.
Like what?
Skilled trades carpentry, electrical work for community repairs, professional services IT support, accounting for partner nonprofits, or advanced mentoring within the guild.
Okay, and you redeem these for?
For resources that directly enhance professional capabilities, advanced vocational training, professional grade tools, industry-recognized certifications.
Ah, so it's about building skills with real-world value.
Exactly. A powerful incentive for personal and professional development, aligning individual growth with the guild's capacity to serve. It creates a pathway to external employment too, if they choose.
And the top tier, tombstones. Tier 3, knowledge tombstones. The most prestigious recognition, awarded for high-stakes, sensitive, or knowledge-intensive tasks.
Such as?
Successfully mediating a complex community conflict, scaring and analyzing critical data for humanitarian relief, conducting vital field research in a post-conflict zone, leading complex multi-partner projects.
Heavy stuff.
Yeah, and these tombstones are redeemed not for material goods, but for greater trust, responsibility, and access within the guild.
Like what kind of access? Authority to lead high-level missions, access to sensitive strategic information, ability to participate in the Grand Council's highest-level planning sessions. It directly reflects the idea that tomestones represent trustworthiness with valuable, potentially dangerous information.
So it redefines value. It's not money, it's trust and knowledge.
Exactly. What this truly reveals is Omarg's understanding that the highest value isn't always monetary or even material. It's the trust placed in an individual, the power of their knowledge, and the integrity with which they wield it. It redefines wealth and status in a community context, valuing contribution and wisdom.
That's fascinating, really meticulously designed. But it does bring up some critical historical parallels, doesn't it? Like the infamous company scripts systems.
Right. The ones that notoriously exploited workers.
Forcing them to buy overpriced goods from company stores, trapping them in debt. Given how ingrained money is and the potential for misuse, how does Omark prevent this? How do they ensure this system is ethical and overcome skepticism about a non-monetary model?
That's an absolutely vital concern, and the blueprint addresses it head-on with stringent safeguards. First, independent oversight through that dedicated independent ethics committee.
The one we talked about earlier.
Yes. Including member representation, external experts. They have the authority to audit the entire internal economy. They'll monitor exchange rates at the quartermaster for fair value, review credit criteria, and act as an ombudsman for member grievances. A crucial check and balance.
Okay, oversight is key. What else?
Crucially, a strict prohibition of debt. The Omarg system is purely reward-based. It is fundamentally impossible for a member to accrue a debt of seals, scripts, or tomestones. It's designed for support and incentive, not financial traps. Members earn credits, they aren't paid them.
No debt. That's huge.
It is. And finally, a strong emphasis on external value and portability. While the credits are internal, the ultimate rewards, especially at the script tier, must have real-world transferable value.
So the training, the certifications.
Exactly. They must be accredited and recognized in the external job market. The goal is empowerment, a hand up, not a handout. Ensuring their time with the guild genuinely enhances future prospects, inside or outside Omarg. That portability is a core ethical commitment. And when we connect this to the bigger picture, Omarg isn't about financial profit. It's about generating social capital, trust, community resilience. Its long-term sustainability hinges on a social enterprise funding model, converting external resources into internal incentives.
So where does the funding come from?
A diversified portfolio. Government grants local, national, international, philanthropic foundations, corporate social responsibility, CSR programs. A core principle is seeking non-earmarked flexible funding.
Flexible funding, why?
So Omarg can allocate resources based on emergent community needs, not rigid donor mandates. Ensures agility, responsiveness to real-world crises.
Makes sense.
And what's particularly compelling here is how they adapt the donation box model from FFXIV's Dome and Enclave restorations.
Oh, the Dome and Enclave. How does that work in the real world?
So corporate partners can donate goods, tools, software licenses, non-perishable food, raw materials, even pro bono services to the guild. These goods are stocked at the guild hall's quartermaster and made available to members in exchange for seals or scripts.
I see. So a corporate donation directly incentivizes community service.
Exactly. It transforms a material donation into a tangible incentive for a member to perform an act of service. Closes the loop between philanthropy and on-the-ground action. Creates visible, measurable impact for partners beyond just cash. Turns surplus into social good.
That's clever. And tomestones. You mentioned they're dynamic in the game.
Yeah, old ones get phased out, new ones come in to keep things relevant. Omarg adapts this for agility and innovation. Imagine, during a pandemic, tomestones awarded for developing contactless aid delivery or translating critical health info into rare languages.
Wow, real-time problem solving.
Or during a climate disaster, tomestones for mapping vulnerable infrastructure or developing low-cost water purification techniques. It ensures the highest level incentives align with the most pressing, emerging, real-world priorities. Fosters continuous innovation at the leadership level.
Okay, so let's try to synthesize this incredibly clever economic model. You've got 3 distinct tiers, each with its purpose, earning method, redemption, and those crucial ethical safeguards.
That's right.
First, community seals, the Omarg version of Grand Company seals. Earned for general volunteerism, civic duties, basic support helping at a food bank, community cleanup.
The foundational level.
Redeemed for essentials at the guild quartermaster meal vouchers, transit passes, temporary housing, And the safeguard is that independent ethics committee auditing fair value and quality.
Correct, preventing any price gouging.
Then artisan scripts, like the Crafters Gatherer scripts, earned for applying specialized skills trades. IT advanced mentoring on high-quality community projects.
Rewarding expertise.
Redeemed for professional development, advanced training, certifications, specialized tools enhancing long-term employability. And the safeguard is ensuring all that training is accredited and transferable outside the guild.
Yes, providing real external value. Empowerment.
And finally, knowledge tomestones, inspired by the Allegan tomestones. Awarded for high stakes, sensitive missions, conflict mediation, critical data analysis, post-conflict research, and demonstrating exceptional leadership and trust.
The highest recognition.
Redeemed not for items, but for greater responsibility, access to strategic info, authority to lead missions, participation in Grand Council planning. The safeguard here is a clear, transparent award process, overseen by the Ethics Committee, based purely on merit, impact, and integrity.
Precisely, preventing favoritism.
It's a beautifully layered system. Seems designed to build not just capacity, but also trust and purpose.
That's the core idea behind it, yeah. This raises an important question, though. How does OMARG avoid becoming just another siloed nonprofit, duplicating efforts or competing for the same limited resources?
Yeah, the nonprofit landscape can be crowded.
Right. So the entire model is predicated on symbiosis, not replacing, but deeply integrating with existing community-based organizations, CBOs. OMARG is designed as a force multiplier.
A force multiplier.
Yeah, providing a flexible, skilled volunteer workforce to these partners, filling critical gaps that traditional funding often can't cover. In return, the partner CBOs offer essential professional infrastructure, specialized expertise, and clear referral pathways connecting OMARG members with existing services.
So they strengthen each other.
Exactly. It strengthens the entire social safety net, making it more resilient, efficient, effective for the communities it serves, leveraging collective strengths for greater impact.
Okay, let's unpack this with some specific examples. This is where you really see the practical, profound application of the Guild's vision.
Yeah.
Like partnerships with youth services and orphanages.
Yes, inspired by Rowena support for the Aliapo orphanage in the game's lore. OMARG aims to provide vetted and trained members as mentors, tutors, leaders for extracurricular activities, giving stability and positive role models to at-risk youth. Imagine a guild hall becoming a vibrant hub after school.
Kids getting homework help, learning coding from an adventurer.
Exactly. Or practicing public speaking with a former legal professional. The guild halls themselves would function as safe, neutral spaces, hosting workshops on life skills, vocational tasters, recreational events, exposing young people to diverse paths and positive adult influences, leveraging the guild's diverse membership.
That sounds incredibly valuable. What about retirement homes and hospices?
A core mission for OMARG would be combating social isolation among the elderly, a huge health issue. Members provide companionship just sitting and talking, reading aloud. Non-medical assistance like errands, facility maintenance, intergenerational programs.
Like shared gardening or tech literacy?
Precisely. Case studies show such partnerships significantly improve residents' quality of life, boost morale, reduce loneliness, and also reduce staff burnout in underfunded facilities.
And in hospice settings?
Crucial non-clinical support. Respite for family caregivers, compassionate companionship for patients, help with household chores, allowing clinical staff to focus purely on medical care. Enhancing dignity and comfort in end-of-life care through community support.
It's very human-centered. And for welfare systems, how does OMARG fit there?
They're positioned as a last-mile service provider. Government agencies often struggle with the logistics of connecting resources to those who need them most, especially in underserved areas.
A delivery gap.
Right. Guild members can bridge this gap, helping individuals navigate complex bureaucracy, providing vital transport to appointments, delivering food and supplies to the homebound, assisting with minor home repairs to prevent housing instability.
So they make public services more effective on the ground.
Exactly. It allows public agencies to leverage OMARG's agile presence for maximum impact, a proven model for public-private partnerships improving service delivery. And what's truly insightful here is the recognition that social, economic, and health challenges are deeply intertwined. You can't really address one in isolation.
Holistic approach.
Yes. OMARG won't provide clinical care directly, but it ensures clear, supportive pathways to professional health services. Understanding health is foundational, Mental health integration, for instance, is a cornerstone.
How does that work?
Robust partnerships with mental health nonprofits like NAMI or the Trevor Project, facilitating on-site support, hosting support groups, partner counselors right at guild halls, guild masters and mentors trained to recognize distress and provide warm referrals.
Warm referrals.
Meaning they personally connect members to trusted professionals, not just hand them a pamphlet. Plus, working on destigmatization campaigns to normalize seeking support within the guild and the community, dismantling barriers to care.
That's so important. And physical health.
Partnerships with community health clinics, FQHCs, mobile health units, guild members volunteering for admin support, community outreach, patient transport, organizing health fairs and screenings with partners. It ensures holistic needs are met. Stable health is a prerequisite for stable employment and engagement.
Now, here's where it gets really interesting, particularly with OMARG's most ambitious social integration initiative. Partnering with the criminal justice system. This program is designed not just for rehabilitation, but as a self-sustaining leadership pipeline, where those successfully rehabilitated become the most effective mentors for future participants, creating a ripple effect.
It's a powerful concept.
They plan partnerships with correctional facilities, drawing on successful real-world programs. Vetted guild mentors would facilitate in-prison workshops, vocational skills, financial literacy, conflict resolution, personal development, building trust before release.
That pre-release engagement is critical.
Yeah, and establishing a formal referral process with corrections and parole boards, allowing direct release into an OMARG chapter, bypassing many immediate reentry challenges.
Smoothing the transition.
Then the post-release reentry support kicks in immediately. The guild hall acts as a first stop, offering immediate needs, clothing, hygiene, help with vital documents like IDs, social security cards, things that are often huge barriers.
Practical, immediate help.
And offering an immediate, structured, positive social environment, countering the isolation and negative influences that often lead to reoffending. The core is the mentor-mentee program.
Right.
Each justice-referred individual paired with a dedicated mentor, often someone with lived experience who succeeded within the guild, guiding them through the economy, task selection, skill development, health services.
That peer-led model is exceptionally effective.
Fostering accountability, building support, offering consistent guidance, and a tangible, hopeful path forward built on service and purpose. It seems incredibly well thought out.
And this raises the question, how do these diverse partnerships actually create measurable impact? The framework is designed for shared goals and transparent outcomes, ensuring OMARG's contributions directly amplify partner capabilities.
Can you give examples of those shared goals?
Sure. In youth services, OMARG provides mentors and workshops. Partners offer specialized case management, shared goals, increase academic performance, enhance well-being, reduce high-risk behaviors.
Clear metrics.
In elder care, OMARG offers companionship and non-medical support. Partners provide clinical care, shared goals, measurable reduction in reported loneliness, increase in social activity, improved quality of life.
Okay.
For welfare agencies, OMARG is that last-mile support. Shared goals, increase successful benefit applications, ensure consistent access to essential resources, bridging policy and delivery.
Makes sense.
In healthcare, OMARG focuses on destigmatization and warm referrals. Shared goals, increased use of mental health services, improved community health metrics through prevention and access.
Right.
And in criminal justice, OMARG provides in-prison training and post-release mentorship. Shared goals, measurable reduction in recidivism rates, significant increase in post-release employment, breaking cycles of incarceration. This interconnected network really leverages each partner's strengths for comprehensive, lasting social impact.
Now, stepping back to see the broader implications, Final Fantasy XIV gives us two distinct, really powerful models for large-scale recovery, doesn't it? And OMARG has drawn deep lessons from both, starting with the Doman Enclave.
Yes, the Doman Enclave questline.
It's such a rich narrative blueprint for OMARG's engagement in post-conflict, post-disaster scenarios, especially focused on cultural and community-led recovery. The story starts after Doma's liberation from that brutal Garlean occupation.
Which shattered everything: infrastructure, economy, morale.
Right. And what's compelling is the reconstruction isn't top-down, it's grassroots. Sparked by Kozakura, a Doman citizen, and profoundly supported by the player character.
The focus is deeply personal.
Exactly. Following individual artisans, farmers, returning refugees, rebuilding homes, businesses, but also their sense of community, their cultural identity, which was suppressed. There's a strong focus on the dignified return of refugees, reuniting a displaced populace.
Restoring belonging.
Yeah, The player's role is facilitator, benefactor, contributing resources via that donation box system, empowering locals to drive the change. And the culmination isn't a building, it's reviving the traditional Lantern Festival,
A cultural practice forbidden under imperial rule.
symbolizing restored spirit, joy, collective identity, a testament to bottom-up rebuilding.
And what's truly fascinating here is how Omarg derives its Doman protocol from this narrative. A strategic doctrine for community-led recovery that fundamentally challenges traditional, often top-down aid models.
How does it challenge them?
It mandates Omarg's primary function is not to lead, but to empower local leadership. Identify, fund, support existing local leaders and initiatives. Build local capacity, ensure genuine community ownership. Critical for sustainability, avoiding that parachute in, parachute out approach.
Okay, empower locals. What else?
Explicitly prioritize cultural revitalization. Reconstruction is more than physical rebuilding. Omarg allocates resources specifically for restoring cultural heritage festivals, arts, centers, oral histories, recognizing these as essential for healing collective trauma and identity.
Culture as recovery.
Yes. And finally, stimulate local economies, adapting the donation mechanic into ethical procurement and microgrants. Prioritize local suppliers, even at a premium. Direct funding to small businesses, artisans. Help restart the economy from the ground up, keeping wealth within the community.
So the Doman Protocol is very grassroots, community-focused. How does the Ishgardian Firmament contrast with that?
It's a stark contrast, yeah. The Ishgardian Firmament restoration shows a different but equally powerful approach. Not grassroots cultural revival, but a massive, state-sanctioned, collaborative infrastructure project.
After the Dragon Song War, right, rebuilding a whole district?
Exactly. Overseen by Lord Francel, calling upon crafters and gatherers from across Eorzea, transcending old emities. A profound social and political transformation for Ishgard, bringing diverse peoples together for a common purpose.
And players collaborated on a huge scale.
Massive scale, server-wide efforts, contributing materials, crafting goods to progressively rebuild. Huge coordination, sustained effort. And the result was a tangible, permanent change. The new Imperium Residential District. Collective effort creating lasting structural change.
So how does Omarg translate that into a protocol?
If we connect this to the bigger picture, this storyline provides the basis for Omarg's Ishgardian Protocol, a framework for engaging in large-scale infrastructure projects.
How does it work?
It's a model of public-private community partnership, a tri-sector collaboration. Omarg partners with governments and private engineering logistics firms while mobilizing its own skilled membership, allows rapid deployment of resources and expertise, combines private sector efficiency, government reach, and Omarg's community engagement.
Collaboration is key.
Yes, and specifically cross-disciplinary collaboration. The firmament needed gatherers, crafters, overseers working together. Omarg projects would similarly require meticulous coordination engineers, logisticians, tradespeople, laborers working seamlessly.
And the goal?
Creating lasting community assets. Not just temporary relief, but permanent, valuable assets, affordable housing, critical public infrastructure like schools or clinics, large-scale environmental remediation like reforestation or ocean cleanups.
So Omarg has two distinct approaches.
Exactly. The critical strategic lesson is this flexible dual protocol framework. The Doman Protocol for when social fabric and cultural identity are primary casualties, bottom-up, community-led, focused on healing. The Ishgardian Protocol, when the primary need is rapid, large-scale reconstruction of physical infrastructure, more top-down, state-partnered, mobilizing significant resources. This adaptability is a huge advantage, allowing tailored responses to specific crises.
That adaptability sounds crucial. But for a global organization, how do you navigate immense ethno-linguistic diversity, complex histories, especially in post-colonial regions?
That's a vital question. And the answer, according to the blueprint, lies in Final Fantasy XIV's Allied Society quests, formerly known as Beast Tribe quests.
The daily quests where you build reputation.
Exactly. You can't just arrive and command allegiance. You have to earn trust and respect through long, painstaking, sustained, respectful engagement, performing tasks, demonstrating understanding of their customs.
So it's a process.
It's a process. And that gameplay loop is a powerful metaphor for a decolonized approach to international aid. It rejects the paternalistic donor-recipient dynamic that's often plagued the NGO sector. By adopting this as its allied society doctrine, Omarg commits to patience, mutual respect, genuine partnership.
What does that doctrine mandate specifically?
Before any major project in a culturally sensitive area, OMARG must establish local ethical oversight. Submit all proposed activities to a council of local leaders, elders, stakeholders for review and explicit approval. Ensures cultural appropriateness, prevents harm, aligns with local priorities.
Local buy-in from the start.
Essential. It also means OMARG will work through local partners, prioritizing partnerships with and building capacity of local NGOs and community groups. They have invaluable context, trust, networks. They're essential partners, not subcontractors.
Leveraging local expertise.
Absolutely. And finally, it requires OMARG to conduct rigorous conflict sensitivity analysis. In regions with tensions, introducing resources can inadvertently exacerbate divisions. OMARG must meticulously analyze how its presence affects local power dynamics, ensuring aid doesn't favor one group or become a tool of corruption.
Preventing unintended consequences.
Exactly. This deep cultural humility is woven into OMARG's operational DNA.
So what does this all mean in practice? This isn't just about being ethical, is it? It sounds like a practical necessity for long-term success.
It absolutely is. Case studies of development work, especially with indigenous communities or in post-colonial contexts, consistently shows that long-term positive outcomes only happen when initiatives are genuinely community-driven and respect local stewardship, knowledge, and history.
Trust is everything.
By embedding this principle of earning trust into its core DNA, OMARG can achieve a level of legitimacy and sustainable impact that often eludes traditional international aid. It means truly listening, truly collaborating, taking the time to build genuine relationships before acting. Now, a crucial element of OMARG's specialized mandates, and what's particularly insightful here, is how it positions its adventurer members. Not as mercenaries, but as highly trained peacekeepers.
Peacekeepers?
Yes, operating under a strict doctrine of non-lethal force. This is a crucial role for gaining access and maintaining consent in volatile environments, places where traditional military force might be too escalatory.
Inflaming conflicts.
Right, and where unarmed NGOs might be too vulnerable, unable to protect themselves or their assets. This doctrine redefines the modern adventurer as a highly disciplined agent of de-escalation and stability, actively working to prevent violence, create safe spaces, rather than contributing to conflict, a bridge between vulnerable communities and aid.
That's a powerful distinction.
Yeah.
So their security operations follow those UN peacekeeping principles. Consent, impartiality.
Exactly. First, consent of the parties. Second, strict impartiality, not taking sides. And third, non-use of force except in self-defense and defense of the mandate. Their posture is always defensive, aimed at preventing violence and protecting civilians.
And how do they ensure adherence? Training.
Rigorous, standardized training for all members assigned to peacekeeper roles. Developed with leading institutions, it includes thorough, non-lethal weapons NLW proficiency.
What kind of NLWs?
Things designed for de-escalation and control, specialized chemical irritants for crowd management, kinetic projectiles for temporary incapacitation, acoustic devices for dispersal, physical control instruments. The critical focus is always compliance and control without causing lasting injury.
But it's not just about weapons, right?
Not at all. The vast majority of training focuses on de-escalation and conflict resolution, non-physical techniques, verbal de-escalation, active listening, negotiation, understanding crowd dynamics, maintaining an authoritative but non-aggressive presence. Peacekeepers are trained as consummate professionals, ambassadors of goodwill. Communication is the primary tool.
Diplomacy first.
Absolutely. And finally, every mission operates under clear, context-specific rules of engagement, ROE, drilled through extensive scenario-based exercises, codifying a necessity, proportionality, minimum force, providing clear guidance on graduated force application with deadly force as an absolute last resort in defense of life. It aims to create highly disciplined, effective, ethically grounded peacekeepers. But if we connect this to the bigger picture, using any force, even non-lethal, carries significant ethical and legal responsibilities. OMARG's doctrine is explicitly grounded in international humanitarian law, IHL, and international human rights law, IHRL.
Global standards.
Yes, training includes specific modules on these legal frameworks, addressing the complexities of using NLWs, understanding their potential risks, the imperative to avoid use for punishment or arbitrary control, clear chain of command, robust reporting and accountability for every use of force, full transparency.
Okay. And the ultimate purpose of intervention. It's not just control.
No, crucially, force is never the end goal in the OMARG framework. It's viewed as a temporary measure to stabilize, to create an opportunity for engagement and long-term solutions. The doctrine mandates that anyone subdued or detained must be treated with dignity.
And offered help.
Yes, whenever possible, offered a pathway into the Guild's mentor-mentee rehabilitation programs. This transforms security operations into potential entry points for positive, long-term change. Realizing that vision of rehabilitation, not just control, breaking cycles of violence, offering pathways to purpose, even for perceived adversaries.
Now let's pivot to one of OMARG's most uniquely forward-thinking mandates, the preservation of digital cultural heritage. This isn't just about saving physical things, it's about preserving the very digital worlds that inspire OMARG, starting with Final Fantasy XIV itself.
Yeah, it's a fascinating area.
Video games have become such a significant cultural and artistic medium, haven't they? Influencing generations, shaping narratives, creating vast communities. Yet their digital nature makes them incredibly vulnerable to being lost.
Technology moves so fast.
Exactly. That startling 2023 study by the Video Game History Foundation found 87% of classic games released in the US before 2010 are no longer commercially available.
87%, that's huge.
It is. A vast portion of our shared digital history is effectively inaccessible, gone. Imagine trying to study early internet forms if all the data vanished. Or film history, if 87% of classic movies were unwatchable. That's the crisis facing digital games.
It really puts it in perspective.
And your interest in preserving cut content from FXXIV unvoiced audio, Altered Maps highlights preserving not just the final product, but the creative process, the evolution of a living digital world, the nuances that shape player experience. It's like digital archaeology.
And what's truly critical here is how current copyright law, particularly the DMCA in the US, presents significant legal barriers. Its anti-circumvention provisions make it illegal. Non-commercial, scholarly, cultural preservation is a transformative use.
Transformative.
Meaning its purpose is fundamentally different from the original commercial intent. The goal is study, analysis, preservation as a cultural artifact, not entertainment or market competition. This aligns with fair use principles for research, criticism, teaching.
Okay.
It also aims to explicitly address the abandonware gap. Copyright law has no formal status for software no longer sold or supported, leaving countless significant games in legal and digital limbo. OMARG's initiative would create a model for responsibly managing the legacy of such artifacts, ensuring they aren't lost just because they're not profitable.
Saving games from oblivion.
Essentially. And finally, advocating for clearer guidelines on when digital works enter the public domain for preservation, ensuring our cultural history doesn't get permanently locked behind expired commercial interests. Building a sustainable framework for digital memory.
So what does this all mean for a potential partnership with a major player like Square Enix, the creators of FFXIV? This isn't framed as adversarial, is it?
Not at all. It's presented as a unique, mutually beneficial opportunity. A win-win.
How so for Square Enix?
It offers a chance to proactively preserve their own corporate and creative legacy, ensuring the rich history of FFXIV and its predecessors isn't lost. It's also powerful PR and community engagement, positioning Square Enix as a leader in corporate responsibility, a custodian of digital culture. Imagine a project restoring cut content, maybe original voice actors. The community would celebrate that. Immense goodwill.
True, the fans would love that, and for OMARG and the public.
Legitimate access to historical assets for preservation, establishing a clear pathway around legal ambiguities. More importantly, creating a powerful legal and operational precedent.
Setting an example.
Exactly. A successful, high-profile collaboration with a major player like Square Enix would serve as a strategic wedge, directly countering arguments that preservation harms the market. It demonstrates preservation and commercial interests can coexist, even be synergistic, paving the way for similar agreements with other developers, potentially influencing broader copyright reform. This initiative positions OMARG as a pioneer in the critical burgeoning field of digital heritage. Now, if we step back to see the broader implications, establishing an ambitious global entity like OMARG requires a meticulously planned, phased approach. You can't just flip a switch. It's about sustainable growth, operational excellence, and building trust. They've laid out a comprehensive multi-year roadmap.
Okay, what are the phases?
Phase 1, pilot program and proof of concept. That's years 1-2. Objective: establish the first guild hall, rigorously validate the core models in a controlled environment.
Testing the waters.
Exactly. Key actions: select a stable pilot city with strong nonprofit networks, secure seed funding, establish the physical guild hall as a community hub, launch the internal economy, seals, scripts, tomestones, small-scale, meticulous tracking. Forge limited partnerships with key local CBOs, a hospital youth center re-entry program to refine the symbiotic model, recruit the initial adventurers and mentors.
And success looks like?
Successful, stable internal economy deployment. Measurable positive impact on partner CBO capacity, high satisfaction among initial members and partners, clear demonstration of value to local stakeholders.
Okay, phase 1 is proof of concept. What's phase 2?
Phase 2, regional expansion and specialization. Years 3 to 5. Objective, test scalability and adaptability in diverse environments, develop specialized capabilities.
Taken on the road.
Pretty much. Actions involved expanding to 3 to 5 new chapters in different regions, maybe different continents. Crucially, 1 in a post-conflict or culturally complex area to rigorously pilot the Doman and allied society doctrines we discussed, ensuring practical applicability, cultural sensitivity.
Real-world stress testing.
Yes. This phase also sees establishing the initial OMARG Peacekeeper Corps curriculum and starting training, initiating formal dialogue with companies like Square Enix on digital heritage, beginning to build the Global Grand Council Infrastructure IT legal framework.
Success metrics for phase 2.
Successful adaptation to diverse contexts. Functional Ethical Peacekeeper Training Program. A formal letter of intent, or MOU, signed with a major game developer.
Okay, and phase 3, going global.
Phase 3, Global Scaling and Integration. Year 610. Objective, rapidly expand the network globally, solidify OMARG as a key player in international humanitarian and development.
The big leagues?
Actions, rapidly scale new guild halls worldwide, fully constitute the Grand Council with a globally representative board, formalize partnerships with international bodies, UN agencies, major NGOs, deploy peacekeeper units in support of international humanitarian missions with consent. Launch the first major digital heritage project.
Ambitious. Success metrics.
Achieving a globally recognized, respected network of active guild halls. Formal integration into major international aid frameworks. Successful execution of specialized mandates, demonstrating comprehensive global impact.
That's certainly an ambitious roadmap, and it raises that important question again. How do you measure impact for something so comprehensive? OMARG has a balanced scorecard of key performance indicators, KPIs, across 3 critical domains.
Right.
To ensure accountability.
Yes, going beyond just basic numbers.
For social impact metrics.
Tracking the percentage increase in services delivered or clients served by partner CBOs, directly attributable to OMARG support. Measuring that force multiplier effect. Also, measuring rehabilitation success year-over-year reduction in recidivism for justice-referred members, percentage achieving stable housing employment.
Tangible outcome.
For youth and elder engagement, tracking improvements in academic performance well-being for youth, reduction in reported loneliness isolation for elders via surveys, and regular independent community surveys on trust and satisfaction with OMARG, staying responsive.
Okay, that covers social impact. What about operational efficiency metrics?
Looking at the internal economy's velocity, the turnover rate for seals, scripts, tomestones as an indicator of active member engagement, measuring human capital generation, total volunteer hours provided, number of professional certifications training completed via the scripts system, showing skill development, and resource management administrative overhead as a percentage of total funding, aiming significantly below industry averages. Maximum impact per dollar.
Efficiency matters. And finally, ethical adherence metrics. We know that's paramount.
Absolutely. Anonymous annual surveys of all adventurers gauging satisfaction, empowerment, fairness of the economic system, mentorship quality, sense of personal agency, biannual publication of reports from the Independent Ethics Committee findings, actions taken, and full transparency, timely, accessible publication of all financial reports and governance documents online, upholding that commitment to openness. It's a very comprehensive and accountable approach. And what's truly compelling here is the understanding that OMARG's success hinges on articulating its unique value proposition to a diverse range of high-level stakeholders, each with different priorities. The communication strategy is explicitly tailored.
How so?
To political leaders and governmental bodies, OMARG is framed as a novel, cost-effective solution for social stability and resilience. The message. OMARG isn't just another demand on public funds. It amplifies existing public services, develops a skilled workforce, proactively reduces societal costs, unemployment, crime, decay, a clear return on investment for public funds, alleviating budget burdens.
Speaking their language.
To economic leaders, philanthropists, and foundations. OMARG is presented as a high-impact social enterprise generating extraordinary social return on investment. Focus on scalability, sustainability. Highlighting the closed-loop economy transforming donations into a self-reinforcing cycle of service, skill development, social capital, showing contributions are multiplied and continuously reinvested, creating lasting value.
The ROI argument.
And finally, to the public and potential members, the core message is that resonant call to adventure, an invitation to find profound purpose, join a supportive, empowering community, learn valuable, transferable skills, make a tangible, positive impact.
Tapping into that desire for meaning.
Exactly, that fundamental human desire for meaning, belonging, contribution that's made concepts like the Adventurers Guild so culturally resonant. An invitation to be part of something bigger, to live an impactful life.
So what does this all mean for us? We've taken a deep dive here and seen how a digital world, Final Fantasy XIV, with its intricate lore and meticulous systems, can offer a surprisingly robust, deeply ethical blueprint for tackling some really profound challenges in our own world.
It's quite remarkable.
From creating purpose for the displaced, to rebuilding communities, even preserving invaluable digital history. The framework of Project Omarg stands as a testament to imaginative problem solving. The potential of a gaming-inspired approach seems, well, huge.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, Project Omarg really pushes us to consider.
Mm-hmm.
If a virtual framework can so effectively foster community, purpose, and altruism through a non-monetary economy and a shared sense of adventure, what does that reveal about our own societal structures? About the untapped human potential just waiting to be channeled into collective good?
Makes you think.
It does. And maybe. Could the greatest adventures truly lie not in slaying dragons or conquering digital worlds, but in rebuilding and healing our own communities? One meaningful task, one earned seal, and one changed life at a time.
すまぬが、そちらのお方、ここはエオルゼアでござるか。
なんだい、やぶから棒に。この港町はベスパーベイ、ザナラーンの海の玄関口だが。
エオルゼアであると、そういうことでよろしいか。
おう、エオルゼアではあるな。
そうかそうか、最初からそう答えておけばよいものを。少々苦労したが、どうにかたどり着いたわ。このような小舟ではエオルゼアにはたどり着けぬだと。知ったかぶりの船乗りどもめ、気合があればなせぬことなど何もないわい。しかしさすがの拙者も飲まず食わずで船を漕ぎ続けるのは少々こたえたでござる。どこかで腹ごしらえでも。いやいや、こんな時こそ気合。我が使命を果たすことこそが優先でござる。空腹ごときで立ち止まってはおれぬわ。
おい、あんた大丈夫かい？
あのいでたちは。
Welcome to the Deep Dive. We take a stack of fascinating sources and really pull out the most important nuggets of knowledge and insight, custom tailored just for you. Today we're plunging into an idea that, I gotta say, might initially sound like it's straight out of a fantasy novel. Yet it's actually grounded in some truly innovative, pretty practical thinking. Have you ever wondered if the fantastical worlds we love in games, the ones we spend countless hours exploring, actually hold blueprints? Like real, tangible blueprints for solving real-world challenges? Can the incredibly sophisticated, self-organizing systems from a massive online game like Final Fantasy XIV inspire concrete, impactful community solutions right here on Earth? Okay, let's unpack this.
Indeed. Our deep dive today centers on the OMARG initiative, which is, well, a truly ambitious strategic proposal. This initiative aims to directly translate the complex, often surprisingly robust, self-organizing systems of Final Fantasy XIV's iconic Adventurers Guild into a global non-profit network. Its overarching goal is nothing less than positive community development on, frankly, an unprecedented scale. And its foundational philosophy, the very heart of its purpose, is rooted in the timeless wisdom of an Orzian sage named Louisoix Le Veilleur. He articulated it perfectly. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence, and such a passive stance will not, I fear, take us far upon the path to progress. This isn't just about altruism, it's about a proactive, almost imperative call to compassionate engagement.
And the source material for this truly thought-provoking deep dive. It's a comprehensive strategic proposal titled FFXIV Guilds Real-World Application.pdf. And let me be clear, this isn't some piece of speculative fiction or, a fan-made concept. This document is a serious, detailed plan formally addressed to global political leaders, major economic stakeholders, and multimedia visionaries. It outlines a concrete, actionable framework. Our mission today is to distill the most compelling and actionable insights from this extensive document, giving you a shortcut to understanding what could be a truly groundbreaking approach to global social change.
Our mission today is precisely that: to uncover how virtual narratives and the sophisticated systems embedded within them can provide concrete, adaptable models for empowering individuals and revitalizing communities. We'll identify the four key pillars that form the backbone of the OMARG initiative and meticulously explore their practicality. We want to demonstrate how a concept born from a game can actually offer a deeply innovative and effective approach to real-world social transformation. This deep dive offers you, hopefully, a shortcut to understanding a truly innovative approach to social change.
So let's start at the very core of this idea, the adventurer archetype itself. In FFXIV, these aren't your typical state-sanctioned soldiers or government agents following strict protocols. Not at all. They're independent individuals or small groups, often self-organized, who perform vital services for their communities. We're talking about everything from defending remote towns against dangerous creatures to gathering essential resources, even conducting crucial research and, dealing with various community nuisances. This archetype, as the OMARG proposal explains, directly informs their vision for guild members. Proactive citizens who identify unmet needs and fill gaps left by traditional systems, driven by a desire to contribute meaningfully. Here's where it starts to get really interesting. How did this idea even come about in the game world?
What's truly fascinating here is the rich historical context within FFXIV lore that led to the very formation of the Adventurers Guild network. It wasn't some whimsical invention, it was actually a direct, pragmatic societal response to a profound socio-economic crisis. During a period known as the Age of Calm, the major city-states of Eorzea decided to centralize their defenses. They restructured their disparate city guards and individual mercenaries into formal standing armies. Now, while this significantly boosted their strategic capabilities, it had a massive unintended consequence. It led to widespread unemployment among the realm's countless sellswords, hedge knights, and independent combat specialists, just out of work. Stripped of their livelihoods and purpose, many of these skilled but now disaffected individuals turned to villainy. They became bandits or mercenaries for dark forces, threatening to destabilize the fragile peace across the entire continent. So in response, a coalition of respected leaders from across Eorzea came together to form the Adventurers Guild. Its express purpose was to provide these displaced individuals with an opportunity for redemption, channeling their unique, often combat-oriented skills towards socially beneficial, community-driven work. It was essentially a massive voluntary reemployment and social reintegration program. Quite clever, really.
You know, when you hear that historical context from the game, it's genuinely difficult not to draw some incredibly compelling parallels to our own contemporary challenges. I mean, really. We're grappling with the specter of technological unemployment, where automation and AI threaten to displace traditional jobs on a massive scale. It's a real fear. There's the ongoing critical need for effective reintegration programs for veterans returning from service, helping them find new purpose and apply their invaluable skills in civilian life. And then there's a pervasive, often unspoken, search for meaning and contribution among disaffected populations who might feel left behind or without a clear path. This proposal frames the OMARG's Guild not simply as a jobs board or even just a charity, but as a truly proactive, essential social intervention. It's designed to catch those who might otherwise fall through the cracks, offering them purpose, structured tasks, and a clear means to contribute positively to their communities, thereby preventing negative outcomes like crime, social isolation, or even recruitment into extremist groups. This fundamentally positions the OMARG Guild as a critical piece of modern social infrastructure, essential for building truly resilient communities in an uncertain future. It's about harnessing human potential before it goes astray.
And that's precisely why this initiative is so critical right now. It ties directly back to Louis Louverture's profound moral imperative, which, as we mentioned, serves as the ethical bedrock of OMARG. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. This statement transforms community service from a passive, optional choice into an active, almost unavoidable responsibility. It's a powerful call to reject the indolence of inaction and to engage directly, compassionately, and effectively with the solvable problems facing our communities. It speaks to a fundamental human need for purpose, for belonging, and for the profound satisfaction that comes from contributing to something larger than oneself. It suggests that a truly wise society doesn't just react to problems, it creates systems that prevent them by nurturing human potential.
So how does this grand philosophical vision actually translate into a practical, scalable structure on the ground? I mean, the nuts and bolts. The FFXIV blueprint for the Adventurers Guild is surprisingly simple and, more importantly, incredibly replicable. In the game, each major city-state has its own guild hub, often a bustling, welcoming tavern or inn, like the Drowning Wench in Limsa Laminsa or the Quicksand in Ulda, you know the places. These hubs are managed by a central figure, a guildmaster, charismatic individuals like Vaderon or Momodi. They act as community facilitators, central quest brokers, and the very first point of contact for new adventurers eager to prove their worth. This familiar in-game structure forms the perfect basis for local OMARG chapters in the real world, whether they are physical community centers, established local businesses, or even well-coordinated virtual hubs, each led by a dedicated coordinator. These coordinators would function much like their in-game counterparts, connecting members with local needs, brokering projects, and fostering a sense of camaraderie. It's a truly grassroots approach, designed from the ground up, but with global potential.
Absolutely. And to achieve that crucial balance between global scalability and maintaining local autonomy, the OMARG proposal details a sophisticated hybrid nonprofit structure. At the very top, you'd have the OMARG Global Foundation, operating under a board-driven model. This body would be responsible for overarching governance, ensuring ethical standards and equitable resource distribution across the entire network. Global oversight. This global foundation would then support regional hubs, each typically led by an executive director. They'd provide strategic direction, legal oversight, and logistical support tailored to continental or large geographical areas. Finally, at the local level, individual chapters would function with a more flat or collective structure, empowering local members to make collaborative decisions, adapt activities to their specific community's unique needs, and maintain a high degree of agility, all while adhering to the core philosophical and operational mission of OMARG. This tiered approach is absolutely crucial for ensuring coherence across a vast global network without sacrificing the local flexibility and agility that makes true grassroots action genuinely effective and sustainable.
And what about the recruitment and onboarding process for this real-world guild? How do people actually join? It beautifully mirrors FFXIV's surprisingly accessible and inclusive methods. In the game, you often see Grand Company personnel, which are essentially the realm's military and administrative bodies, identifying potential adventurers and directing them to the guild for initial registration, kind of like a referral. In our world, OMARG will strategically partner with existing community organizations, think social workers, job centers, veterans associations, local charities, and even mental health outreach programs. They'll identify individuals who could both contribute to and profoundly benefit from the guild. The initial registration process is designed to be as simple, welcoming, and inclusive as your first encounter with a guild master in the game, focusing on shared purpose and mutual support rather than imposing stringent prerequisites or background checks. It's fundamentally about opening the door widely, not putting up unnecessary barriers. The genius isn't just offering tasks. It's leveraging intrinsic human motivators like clear progression, visible impact, and a powerful sense of belonging qualities, often missing in more formal detached systems.
Exactly. And what's particularly ingenious here is how the FFXIV framework allows for the creation of a sophisticated multi-guild ecosystem through its established system of disciplines. In the game, non-combat activities are categorized into the Disciples of the Hand, who are the crafters and artisans, and the Disciples of the Land, who are the gatherers. These complement the combat-focused Disciples of War and Magic. This clear division of labor and skill sets directly translates into the 3 specialized Omar guilds, allowing for a diverse range of skills to be recognized, developed, and utilized effectively within the real-world context.
Okay, so let's break down these 3 specialized Omar guilds and their core focus. Let's try and picture them in action. First, we have the Martial Guild, which directly mirrors the Disciples of War and Magic. Their focus is on community safety, well-being, and social stability. Now, this isn't about forming vigilante groups, let's be clear. Far from it. It's about organizing neighborhood watch programs in collaboration with local law enforcement, providing security for community events, and perhaps most critically, offering robust and mandatory training in conflict de-escalation and non-lethal methods of control. Imagine members trained to respectfully and calmly diffuse tense situations, acting as a visible, reassuring presence in their neighborhoods. This is about building a presence of peace, not aggression or enforcement. Then there's the Trade Guild, representing the Disciples of the Hand. This would be the bustling hub for local production, repair, and craftsmanship. Think members leading creative recycling projects that turn waste into valuable resources, repairing public infrastructure that's fallen into disrepair, teaching essential practical skills like basic carpentry, plumbing, or sewing to community members, and even producing goods for the guild's internal economy or local markets. The 8 distinct crafting classes in FFXIV, like carpenter, blacksmith, armorer, or alchemist, can serve as direct templates for specialized workshops within this guild, each fostering specific, valuable, hands-on skills. It's about tangible skills, sustainable local economies, and fostering self-sufficiency. And finally, the Resource Guild, the Disciples of the Land. Their focus is squarely on sustainable resource management and community self-sufficiency. This includes establishing and maintaining urban farms and community gardens that provide fresh local produce, setting up efficient community composting programs, and yes, the proposal even outlines scientifically safe methods for converting human waste into compost where feasible, transforming a problem into a resource. That's interesting. Implementing rainwater harvesting systems to conserve water, and even developing small-scale renewable energy projects like building solar ovens or refining biofuels from waste cooking oil collected from local restaurants. It's about empowering communities to sustain themselves from within, leveraging forgotten resources.
And the core principle that ties this entire ecosystem together, as it does so fundamentally in FFXIV, is interdependence. It's absolutely key. Just as a blacksmith in the game absolutely relies on a miner for the raw ore to craft a sword, and an adventurer needs that sword to complete a dangerous quest. The OMARG model is designed for constant organic collaboration between these specialized guilds. Consider this concrete, hypothetical OMARG example. The Resource Guild might cultivate a vibrant community garden, meticulously tending to a variety of fresh produce. The Trade Guild would then process and preserve that harvest, perhaps teaching members how to can fruits, dehydrate vegetables, or even turn surplus into artisanal products for trade. And then the Martial Guild could assist in the safe and efficient distribution of that food to vulnerable community members, ensuring both security and reach. This circular dependency doesn't just foster efficiency. It builds a robust, self-sufficient internal economy and strengthens the bonds of community. It makes total sense.
And to really enhance this model, adding an even deeper layer of community cohesion, the proposal suggests integrating elements from Ni no Kuni, Crossworld's kingdom system. I'm less familiar with that one.
Right, it's another game with relevant mechanics. This game features engaging systems like Kingdom Defense, where guilds work together to protect their collective community from various challenges, whether internal or external. Relic Wars, which are friendly, large-scale competitions between guilds designed to achieve collective, often altruistic goals rather than just pure combat. And kingdom customization, which involves collaborative efforts to physically improve, beautify, and personalize shared public spaces.
Ah, okay. So by weaving these three concepts into the OMARG framework, it reinforces not just the provision of services, but a tangible, shared sense of place.
Exactly. Deep personal pride in collective accomplishments and a strong sense of collective responsibility among members for their entire community.
It's not just about doing tasks, it's about actively building and defending a shared home together. That adds another layer. Building on that truly solid foundation, let's talk about the actual path of the adventurer, how individuals will progress, gain skills, and deepen their engagement within OMARG guilds. The journey, basically. This entire journey is structured around a system of modular, highly accessible tasks, directly modeled on FFX5E's Lev quests and guildists. For those who might not be familiar, in FFX5E, Lev quests are repeatable, small-scale commissions or fetch quests, while guildists are mini dungeons or challenges for small groups. Both provide a steady stream of work and experience for adventurers of all levels. For OMARG, this translates into an ideal blueprint for foundational activities, allowing new members to immediately engage in meaningful, low-barrier tasks. While offering a continuous framework for even veteran members to contribute their expertise, it's about creating a constant flow of purpose.
Absolutely. These real-world leaves are meticulously designed as small-scale, high-impact projects specifically aimed at fostering community self-sufficiency, ecological responsibility, and overall well-being. To give you some more specific, vivid examples of what these initial tasks might look like. For waste management and resourcefulness, think about guild members establishing and maintaining intricate community composting systems, potentially even exploring and safely implementing advanced methods for converting human waste into nutrient-rich compost where municipal regulations and scientific safety allow. It's ambitious, but potentially very impactful. They might also organize highly creative recycling drives, transforming discarded materials into art or useful products for the community, turning trash into treasure, literally. In renewable energy, guild members could partner with local restaurants to refine used cooking oils into biofuel, which could then power community vehicles or generators, creating a truly localized energy source. Or they might build small-scale water or windmills to provide power for community centers or urban farms. Small scale, but significant. Food sovereignty would involve guild members building, planting, and meticulously tending community farms, vertical gardens, or hydroponic systems within urban spaces, ensuring a steady supply of fresh, locally grown food for everyone, particularly vulnerable populations. Access is key. And significantly, there's a strong focus on arts and culture. This isn't just about practical needs. Guild members could organize gallery exhibitions for local artists in unused storefronts, partner with recording studios to provide opportunities for local musicians, and arrange vibrant community festivals and cultural celebrations that bring people together, enriching the social fabric and fostering a deeper sense of shared identity. Each of these leaves is designed to be easily completable, visible in its impact, and build confidence. Starting small, making a difference.
And as members gain experience, develop new skills, and build confidence, they can seamlessly progress to more advanced engagements. Things that involve deeper community integration.
Yes, and even profound social rehabilitation.
This progression might include forming formal, long-term partnerships with crucial local institutions, like orphanages, mental and physical health hospices, retirement homes, and existing welfare systems. In these vital partnerships, guild members wouldn't just be doing basic chores, they'd provide much-needed logistical support, offer compassionate companionship, and assist with daily operations, acting as a flexible, deeply empathetic auxiliary workforce. It's about providing essential human support where traditional systems are often stretched thin and truly connecting individuals in need with those eager to help, filling the gaps.
And a critical cornerstone of the Martial Guild's advanced training, and truly one of its most important distinguishing aspects, will be a strict, mandatory, and continuous focus on de-escalation and non-lethal force. This is non-negotiable in the proposal. All members involved in community safety initiatives will undergo rigorous, specialized training in martial arts that prioritize control, defense, and peaceful resolution, such as Aikido and Judo. The philosophy of Aikido in particular, which emphasizes using an opponent's momentum against them to achieve resolution without causing harm, aligns perfectly with the Guild's mission, to be a stabilizing rather than an agitating force in the community. This intensive physical training will be meticulously supplemented with communication techniques like verbal judo, which teaches empathy, respectful listening, and strategic verbal skills to de-escalate potentially volatile situations before they ever have a chance to turn violent. The goal is always peace.
Wow. And what's truly powerful here, and a major differentiator, is the guild structure's unique suitability for profound rehabilitative purposes. You mentioned that. The OMARC proposal highlights specialized mentor-mentee programs specifically designed to support individuals reintegrating into the community from the criminal justice system. By providing structured, tangible tasks, offering valuable skills training, and, critically, fostering a supportive and non-judgmental social network. The Guild can offer a clear, visible, and meaningful path toward purpose and positive community engagement. Unlike many traditional, often sterile rehabilitation programs, the Guild creates an environment where individuals can actively build a new identity through contribution. It's about building a framework for genuine second chances and meaningful contribution, leveraging intrinsic human motivators. That feels really important.
It really is. And if we connect this to the bigger picture of large-scale community transformation and revitalization, Final Fantasy XIV actually provides two incredibly powerful, real-world applicable case studies: the Doman Enclave reconstruction and the Ishgardian restoration. These in-game systems offer proven blueprints for organizing long-term, multi-phase projects where collective contributions from thousands of players lead to tangible, visible, and narratively significant change within the game world. It's quite remarkable to watch unfold. The OMARG initiative plans to meticulously adopt the core mechanics and motivational strategies of these systems as its primary model for large-scale community development projects, demonstrating how a game can literally offer an operational strategy for real-world rebuilding.
Right, I remember those. The profound motivational power of these in-game restorations isn't just about the rewards, the loot. It's the direct, incredibly satisfying visible feedback loop they create for players. That's what hooks you. Players contribute resources, craft items, complete specific tasks, and in return, they see the world physically transformed before their eyes. A dilapidated Doman settlement literally rebuilds, gaining new buildings, new vendors, and a palpable sense of renewed life. You feel like you did that. A war-torn, desolate district in Ishgard is painstakingly transformed, brick by brick, into a beautiful, thriving residential area. This clear visual and narrative progression creates a powerful psychological link between individual effort and a collective observable outcome. This is a principle that's often frustratingly absent in many real-world volunteer efforts, where the impact can feel abstract, distant, or swallowed up in bureaucracy. OMARC projects, therefore, will be meticulously designed with clear, highly tangible milestones. Imagine a neglected urban lot progressing from an eyesore to a vibrant community garden with a full harvest, or a rundown community center being renovated in observable, celebrated stages. This progress will be meticulously documented and celebrated, perhaps even via the proposed AR HUD we'll get to later, to continuously reinforce the real-world impact of members' adventuring and contributions. It's about making impact visible and personal, making it feel real.
Precisely. And this raises an important question. How exactly do you replicate that visible, tangible progress in the real world? It's not a game engine. The OMARG proposal meticulously details several key mechanics directly from these in-game models. First, phase development. Both the Doman and Ishgardian projects were brilliantly broken down into distinct phases, each with clear contribution goals and specific targets. OMARG will adopt this to create a clear step-by-step roadmap for community projects, providing a constant sense of forward momentum and achievable mini-goals. Keeps people motivated. Second, collective effort and specialization. The Ishgardian restoration, for example, required highly specialized skills from thousands of players gathered to collect raw materials, crafters to refine them, and adventurers to protect the supply lines. It was complex. OMARG will leverage this by designing projects that explicitly require distinct collaborative skills from its martial, trade, and resource guilds, fostering deep collaboration and mutual reliance. Finally, positive economic incentives. The Doman Enclave reconstruction featured a unique economic model where the Enclave paid increasing premiums for donated items as the reconstruction progressed, effectively valuing contributions more as the community grew. This directly ties into how OMARG's script system will reward participation in a genuinely valuable and a reciprocal way, creating an internal economy that incentivizes positive action.
Okay, that makes sense. But now, expanding such an initiative globally requires an incredibly delicate touch, right?
Yeah.
Especially when navigating vastly diverse cultures and societal norms. How do they plan for that? The OMARG proposal places a profound emphasis on a critical approach to cross-cultural engagement for its global success, and it draws brilliant inspiration from FFXIV's own evolving narrative around its beast tribes. That term always felt a bit off.
It did, and that's the point. Over time, the game's terminology and narrative interactions deliberately shifted from the potentially pejorative beast tribes to the more neutral tribal quests, and finally to the truly inclusive and respectful allied societies. What's truly fascinating here is that this linguistic and narrative evolution within Epic XIV reflects a deliberate, enlightened move away from an othering perspective, where different groups are seen as fundamentally other or less civilized, towards one of respectful partnership and mutual understanding. This allied society philosophy will be the guiding principle for all of OMARG's international operations. In FFXIV, allied society quests involve the player character assisting different cultural groups in overcoming their own unique internal challenges and building bridges with their neighbors, always with deep, unyielding respect for their distinct customs, values, and traditions. The player consistently acts as a facilitator and ally, never a savior imposing outside solutions or judging local ways. It's crucial. It's about empowering communities to solve their own problems, with OMARG as a support system.
That model seems incredibly applicable to the complex, often frustrating scenarios faced by real-world NGOs. Take a country like Nigeria, for instance, which the proposal uses as an example. Non-governmental organizations operating there often face significant operational challenges, like restrictive funding constraints, complex bureaucratic regulations, inadequate local infrastructure, and a persistent lack of coordination among various aid groups. It's tough. However, the proposal highlights a crucial insight. Successful projects in such challenging environments are almost always community-led, deeply collaborative, and laser-focused on delivering tangible, visible outcomes in critical areas like poverty reduction, healthcare, and education. The key is local ownership, always.
So, applying the allied society approach, an OMARG guild establishing itself in a region like Nigeria would explicitly not operate as a foreign entity imposing a pre-packaged set of Western solutions. That model often fails. Instead, it would function as a facilitator and a resource provider akin to a skilled ally in a game, offering tools, not dictating actions. The initiative would offer its modular guild framework, its transparent blockchain-backed economic system we'll discuss in a moment, and access to a global knowledge network of best practices. But crucially, the actual implementation, the setting of priorities, and the cultural adaptation of activities would be driven entirely by local leaders and community members. This ensures not only long-term sustainability, but also genuine local ownership, a crucial distinction from many traditional, often top-down aid models that can inadvertently disempower local populations. It's about building capacity from within, respecting local wisdom.
Okay, let's get into the money, or rather, the lack of conventional money. One of the most foundational and truly innovative elements of the OMARG initiative is the creation of a self-sustaining, non-profit economic model, one that rewards participation without creating a drain on local or national cash economies. That sounds ambitious. The ingenious blueprint for this system is drawn directly from FFXIV's brilliant use of specialized non-standard currencies. In the game, for example, disciples of the Hand and Land earn scripts for delivering high-quality collectible items they've gathered or crafted, while members of the various grand companies, the realm's military and administrative factions, are rewarded with company seals for their service. These in-game currencies operate within tightly closed-loop systems, meaning effort is directly translated into specialized purchasing power within the game, rather than being interchangeable with the main guild currency.
Exactly, and OMARG plans to implement a similar meticulously designed digital blockchain-backed script as its primary internal reward mechanism. Now, this isn't just any digital currency. The proposal suggests leveraging a permission of blockchain, which means while every transaction is transparent and immutable, access and validation are controlled by trusted OMARG entities. This ensures both transparency and stability, allowing for faster processing and lower transaction fees than a public, open blockchain, which is crucial for a global nonprofit. Practical considerations. Guild members will earn these scripts for completing leaves, our real-world community tasks, contributing resources to projects, achieving specific skill milestones, or even mentoring new members. These scripts can then be immediately exchanged at a guild-run Splendors vendor, mirroring the familiar in-game vendors, for a variety of valuable goods and services. Imagine, fresh produce from the Resource Guild's community farms, essential tools and equipment repaired or even newly crafted by the Trade Guild, access to advanced training workshops and specialized skills, or even vouchers for services from partner local businesses. Real value, just not traditional cash.
What's incredibly smart about this model, and perhaps its most revolutionary aspect, is how it effectively insulates the guild's internal economy from the volatility and often limited nature of the external cash-based economy. It functions as a dynamic system of mutual credit and exchange, where the value generated by the community's collective work is circulated right back into the community itself. This ensures that the guild's activities consistently create tangible value for its members and the local area without causing inflationary pressure, or, crucially, requiring significant external capital just to sustain its reward system. It's truly self-sustaining, a virtuous cycle of contribution and reward. However, a fair question to ask is, could creating such a parallel system inadvertently create a separate class of citizens or face challenges in converting value back into the external economy for larger cash-only purchases, like paying rent?
That's a crucial and insightful question, and the proposal addresses it directly. It emphasizes that the script system isn't meant to replace traditional currency entirely, not at all, but rather to create a foundational layer of economic activity and value within the community, especially for those who might otherwise be disengaged from the formal economy. The Splendor's vendor and partnerships with local businesses are key here. While a script might pay for community-farmed vegetables, a member might still need cash for rent. Absolutely. This is where the Guild's project work, funded by external grants or other revenue streams we'll discuss, could potentially provide some cash stipends for larger projects. Or importantly, scripts could be redeemable for training and certifications that directly lead to external, cash-based employment, building bridges to the formal economy. And the Rowena model, which we're about to explore, offers a nuanced approach to managing high-value assets that can interact with the broader economy.
Yes, Rowena. To manage the flow of high-value resources and specialized knowledge across this vast global network, the OMARG initiative will ingeniously adapt the functional principles of FXIV's formidable merchant, Rowena, and her renowned House of Splendors. In Eorzea, Rowena is infamous for her almost legendary shrewdness, having built a vast mercantile empire on trading extremely rare artifacts, the highly coveted Allegan tombstones, and specialized script-based goods. While her methods can indeed appear, and often are, exploitative, particularly her system of indentured servitude for employees, let's be honest, a deeper, more critical analysis reveals that she does provide structure, opportunities for skill development, and a clear, albeit harsh, path to self-sufficiency for the vulnerable individuals she employs. It's complicated.
So, crucially, OMARG will adapt the function of this enterprise, but fundamentally replace Rowena's singular profit motive with a strict, unwavering ethical mandate. That's the critical difference. A central, transparently governed body within the OMARG Global Foundation will serve as the network's House of Splendors. Its core responsibilities are quite multifaceted and fascinating. First, it's about managing tombstones. In OMARG, these won't be ancient, mystical artifacts, obviously, but rather high-value, often non-physical assets generated by the Guild network. Imagine sensitive research data compiled from a large-scale environmental cleanup project, a patent for a new sustainable technology developed by a trade guild workshop, or a globally recognized certification for a highly specialized and validated skill, such as advanced crisis de-escalation expertise, real intellectual property, or certified skill. This central body ensures these intangible but immensely valuable assets are managed ethically, securely protected, and leveraged purely for the benefit of the entire global community, not for private gain. Second, its role is facilitating high-level exchange. Just as Rowena is the singular purveyor of the most powerful and sought-after gear in the game, this central body will strategically manage the exchange of high-level skills, specialized knowledge, and critical resources between guilds across the globe. For example, if one guild in, say, a developing region, innovates a highly effective, low-cost method for water purification, the House of Splendors would facilitate the rapid and wide dissemination of that invaluable tombstone of knowledge to all other guilds and communities that could benefit, sharing innovation. And third, and perhaps most importantly, its primary function is ensuring ethical oversight. Unlike Rowena's notoriously profit-driven and often questionable model, this body's sole purpose is to uphold the non-profit humanitarian mission of the initiative. It will ensure absolute fairness in resource distribution, actively prevent any single chapter or individual from hoarding knowledge or assets, and diligently maintain the integrity and collaborative spirit of the global network. It's a powerful concept applied with a conscience and a meticulous focus on accountability.
Absolutely. But what truly matters here is that absolute, unimpeachable transparency is non-negotiable for the long-term success, trust, and integrity of the OMARG initiative. You need people to believe in it. Traditional charitable organizations often struggle with a perceived lack of transparency, which unfortunately leads to significant donor skepticism and reduced public trust. We've all seen it. To fundamentally overcome this, the entire OMARG economic system will be meticulously built upon cutting-edge blockchain technology. A blockchain, for those unfamiliar, provides a decentralized, immutable, and publicly verifiable ledger where every single transaction, every script earned, every resource contributed, every allocation of funds to a project is permanently recorded and can be verified by anyone. This creates an unimpeachable, auditable record of the flow of value, leaving no room for doubt.
And there's a powerful, highly successful, real-world precedent for this exact model in the humanitarian space, the World Food Programme's Building Blocks project. This remarkable initiative successfully uses a private permissioned blockchain to manage and securely distribute cash-based transfers to over 1 million refugees in Jordan and Bangladesh. The system has saved millions of dollars in bank fees that would typically go to intermediaries. It has significantly reduced the risk of fraud. And, crucially, it has ensured that aid reaches its intended recipients securely and with unprecedented efficiency. This provides a proven, scalable, and deeply humanitarian-focused blueprint for Omar's entire financial and resource management infrastructure, demonstrating that this isn't just theory, it's already working in very challenging environments.
Okay, but besides the script system, how does OMARC plan to actually fund its operations? Especially the bigger projects or things that do require cash. To ensure its long-term viability and growth, the OMARC initiative must also develop diverse and sustainable revenue streams that aren't solely reliant on traditional donations. Relying only on donations is risky. One particularly innovative model proposed involves leveraging revenue generated from legal, medical, or recreational cannabis initiatives. The feasibility of this model, of course, varies dramatically by region, presenting both an immense opportunity and a strategic challenge depending on specific local laws and prevailing cultural norms. This could be controversial.
It could be, and the proposal acknowledges the regional differences starkly. We can see that contrast incredibly clearly when we look at different regions. In California, for example, Proposition 64, which legalized recreational cannabis, established the Cannabis Tax Fund. This fund explicitly directs a significant portion of tax revenues toward grants for nonprofit organizations and local governments. These grants fund projects in areas perfectly aligned with the OMARC mission, such as youth substance abuse prevention programs, vital mental health services, and broad community development initiatives. This offers a direct, legal, and readily available financial pathway for OMARC chapters in California and similar jurisdictions to secure substantial and sustainable funding, a clear pipeline.
Okay, but conversely, the legal framework in Japan where the OMARC pilot program is planned presents a significant hurdle in this specific area, right?
A major hurdle, yes. The cannabis control law is notoriously restrictive, prohibiting nearly all forms of cannabis use and cultivation, with very few exceptions. While recent amendments are beginning to open the door for specific CBD-based pharmaceuticals, a broad funding model based on cannabis revenue is simply unviable currently.
So how does the proposal handle that?
Well, this legal disparity isn't viewed as a roadblock by the OMARC proposal, but rather a strategic opportunity. The global trend is undeniably moving towards regulated legalization, in many places at least, and OMARC, with its unwavering focus on community health, rehabilitation, and a meticulously transparent blockchain-verified financial system, is perfectly positioned to serve as a beacon and a model for how cannabis revenue could be ethically and effectively used for immense public good. In the Japanese context, the initiative can engage with policymakers on a forward-looking basis, advocating for policy reform by demonstrating a responsible and impeccably effective framework for managing such funds through their initial, highly transparent pilot. It's about being ahead of the curve and showing this is how it could work responsibly.
Okay, let's shift gears a bit to the technology and partnerships. How do we bridge the brilliant conceptual framework of the Guild with the tangible day-to-day actions of its members? How do you manage all this? The OMARC initiative proposes the development of an ingenious AI-assisted adventurer's HUD, or heads-up display. Sounds very sci-fi. Initially, this would be deployed as a sophisticated mobile application with future seamless integration into augmented reality AR and virtual reality VR platforms. This cutting-edge tool would serve as the central nervous system for every single guild member, dynamically overlaying real-world information, presenting quest objectives and tracking progress, managing personal script balances, and crucially, facilitating instant communication and collaboration within the network. It's essentially a real-world quest log and communication device rolled into one, your interface to the guild.
Exactly. And the technological foundation for this HUD will be built on several key, robust principles. First, AI-powered adaptive interfaces. The user interface won't be static or one-size-fits-all. It will leverage advanced AI to personalize the information presented based on the user's registered skills, their current location, and their active tasks. Tailored info. AI algorithms will intelligently manage the placement and density of AR content, for example, to reduce cognitive load, ensuring the user receives precisely the right information at the right time without feeling overwhelmed. No information overload. The system will also incorporate intelligent object recognition, allowing a member to, for instance, point their device at a piece of community waste to instantly identify its recyclable category, or at a plant in a community garden to retrieve detailed care instructions or identify potential pests. This is truly smart assistance, practical, immediate help. Second, accessible development platforms. Initial development will strategically leverage widely available and open source AR software development kits, SDKs, like Google's AirCore and Apple's ARKit for broad compatibility across existing mobile devices. Start where people are. For more advanced features, and particularly for future VR training modules, development will heavily utilize robust, industry-leading game engines like Unity and Unreal Engine. These engines offer powerful pre-existing frameworks for sophisticated AI integration, dynamic 3D environments, and highly interactive training simulations, leveraging powerful tools. And third, expert partner integration. The technical architecture and implementation will be meticulously guided by strategic partnerships with specialized entities renowned for their innovation. Collaborations with groups like Ether Engineers, known for their system integration expertise. And exploring projects from entities like Dark Illuminatus, who are pushing the boundaries of innovative systems design, will provide the necessary bleeding-edge expertise in engineering and developing these complex, interconnected technological solutions. This is not just theoretical tech, it's about building practical, functional tools with the right partners.
Makes sense. Now, moving beyond the raw technology, a deep symbiotic partnership with Square Enix, the visionary creators of Final Fantasy XIV, seems absolutely central and non-negotiable for OMARG's authenticity, its inherent appeal, and its operational effectiveness. How would that work?
It's envisioned as multifaceted, focusing on innovative approaches to copyright for training purposes, and creating a powerful, mutually beneficial feedback loop between the beloved game and this groundbreaking real-world initiative.
Okay, talk about the copyright part. That sounds tricky.
It is, and that's why what's proposed here is a genuinely novel legal approach. Copyright reformation for experiential training. A core component of the OMARG program involves using actual scenarios and mechanics from FXIV as simulated experiential training for guildmasters and members. This requires a novel approach to intellectual property that moves beyond traditional restrictive licensing models. The proposal is to work proactively with Square Enix to establish a bespoke, transformative educational use license. It's always prominently credited as the original creator, and that any derivative training materials are shared under the same open terms. This constitutes a clear transformative use, as the purpose of the content is shifted fundamentally from entertainment to vital education and practical skill development, which is a key consideration in fair use arguments globally. It's a specific, limited educational use.
Okay, that's the legal side. And beyond that, there are some really cool, tangible, in-game incentivization and content restoration aspects that could galvanize the passionate FFXIV player base. Tell me about those.
Right. The idea is to develop a system where verified real-world progress and achievements within an OMAR guild would directly unlock exclusive cosmetic in-game rewards for a player's FFXIV character.
Like what?
We're talking unique titles like Real World Adventurer, maybe new minions, those small, adorable companion characters that follow you around, or unique glamour items, cosmetic outfits that let you customize your character's appearance.
Ah, okay. That creates a powerful, positive incentive, allowing players to bridge the gap and truly bring the spirit of their characters into their daily lives. That's clever.
Exactly. Furthermore, the initiative proposes collaborating with Square Enix on a significant content restoration project within the game itself. It's well known that certain early dungeons, like the Thousand Maws of Totorak, were streamlined in redesigns, removing their complex maze-like layouts to make them more accessible for casual play.
Yeah, I remember Totorak being a nightmare originally.
Right. While this served a gameplay purpose, it also inadvertently removed what were effectively valuable training scenarios for real-world skills, like intricate navigation, spatial awareness, and problem-solving. The proposal is to work with Square Enix to reintroduce these original, more challenging layouts as optional instance training simulations exclusively for OMARG members within the game, framing it as the restoration of lost knowledge that can directly aid practical, real-world skill development. This could even include the potential restoration of cutscene audio and other subtle world-building elements that were removed from the game, further preserving the integrity of the source material that serves as the initiative's blueprint.
It's a win-win for players who love the lore and for OMARG training. Very neat.
And beyond the immediate FFXIV partnership, OMARG's strategy to broaden its impact and deepen its philosophical grounding involves proactively seeking strategic alliances with creative entities whose work profoundly resonates with its core values. These partnerships extend far beyond mere marketing. They represent a shared exploration of how aspirational media can inspire tangible, positive action in the real world, creating a collective meta-narrative.
And the document details some fascinating specific multimedia and creative alliances. Who are they thinking of?
First, Studio Ghibli. The works of legendary director Hayao Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli are globally recognized for their profound respect for nature, their nuanced understanding of humanity's often complex and flawed relationship with the environment, and a consistent preference for tangible, local action over abstract pontification. This philosophy aligns perfectly with Omarg's grassroots, community-first, hands-on approach to problem solving. It's about getting your hands dirty, literally.
Makes sense. Who else?
Then there's Mages. Inc., helmed by the visionary Chiyomaru Shikura, renowned for the science adventure series like Steins Gate. Their themes are consistently built upon the compelling idea of, what if science progresses a little further? Grounding speculative, fantastical concepts in a relatable, contemporary reality. This narrative technique perfectly mirrors Omarg's core mission, to take a fantastical concept, the Adventurers Guild, and meticulously ground it in practical, real-world application, proving that even the most ambitious ideas can become reality.
Okay, Ghibli and Steins Gate. Interesting combo. Anyone else?
And finally, Doga Kobo, an animation studio celebrated for its slice-of-life romance and comedy series that excel at exploring intimate character relationships and small group dynamics. Their focus on the profound power of interpersonal connection, mutual support, and organic community provides a strong thematic link to the vital social and team-building aspects that are inherent in successful local Omarg Guild chapters.
So these aren't just media partners for promotion. They're seen as philosophical allies, enhancing the initiative's cultural resonance.
Precisely. It's about shared values and inspiration. And this holistic approach, connecting media inspiration to real-world application, extends deeply into integration with existing social initiatives. With a prime example being the proposed support for hikikomori in Japan, this is a significant and growing social issue affecting an estimated 1.5 million people who engage in prolonged social withdrawal, sometimes for years. Current support often focuses on gentle family training and creating non-threatening avenues for gradual social re-engagement, but the scale of the problem demands new solutions.
And the Adventurers Guild model offers an incredibly ideal and sensitive environment for this delicate process of re-engagement. How so?
Well, the modular task-based nature of Leaves allows for carefully graded exposure to social interaction. An individual struggling with social anxiety could begin with a purely solo quest, perhaps tending to a specific quiet section of a community garden. Very low pressure. As they gain confidence, they could gradually progress to small group crafting projects or perhaps resource gathering teams, building trust at their own pace.
So it provides a safe, purposeful third space, distinct from home or formal therapy, where interaction is structured around a shared, tangible, and non-judgmental goal.
Exactly. It's a gentle, practical ramp back into society, built on the foundation of practical contribution and shared purpose. It allows individuals to contribute to something bigger than themselves, rebuilding their sense of self-worth through action, not just talk.
So where would they start this?
To put this truly innovative approach into practice, the proposal identifies Shibuya, Tokyo as an ideal initial proof-of-concept location.
Why Shibuya?
It's strategic, high concentration of youth culture, tech-forward environment, and critically, the presence of established, experienced support services already working in this area. Omarg will seek to partner explicitly with existing MPOs in the area, such as Peer Support Net Shibuya and Kizuki. The Guild framework will be offered not as a replacement for their vital work, but as a new, innovative tool to complement their existing programs, providing a gamified, empowering, and highly tangible pathway towards social reintegration for hikikomori and other disengaged youth. Working together, not competing.
Okay, so how does this incredible, ambitious vision actually get off the ground and move from concept to concrete reality? What's the roadmap? The initial phase of the Omarg initiative will be a focused, intensive, one-year proof-of-concept pilot program strategically centered right there in Shibuya, Tokyo. We just talked about why Shibuya, vibrant youth culture, existing nonprofit infrastructure. It's about building on existing strengths.
Yep. Correct. And the primary strategy here is integration, not invention. Omarg won't be starting from scratch. That would be inefficient and risky. Instead, it will form deep collaborative partnerships with established NPOs like Peer Support Net Shibuya and Soda Dage Net, organizations which already work directly with unemployed youth and individuals experiencing hikikomori. The Adventurers Guild model will then be introduced as a new, innovative program track within these organizations' existing support structures, leveraging their decades of expertise, their established trust within the community, and their existing reach. This means Omarg can hit the ground running, building on proven methodologies. Smart approach.
And for this initial pilot, the Leaves, our real-world quests, will be a carefully curated set of initial low-barrier tasks.
Yes, designed to be tangible, immediately visible in their impact, and easily achievable, creating quick wins that build confidence and demonstrate the guild's effectiveness.
Like what specifically?
Fundamental community cleanup and beautification projects, establishing small urban gardens in available public spaces like neglected rooftops or vacant lots, and organizing accessible cultural events like art showcases or music sessions at local free spaces such as Piatto Cafe Kokokara, which is already operated by a partner NPO.
Okay, so really visible community-focused stuff to start. Makes sense. How is this funded initially?
Initial funding for this crucial pilot phase will be secured through a diversified combination of sources. This includes Japanese government subsidies specifically earmarked for youth employment and social welfare programs. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, grants from both local and international businesses looking to invest in community well-being, and private donations from individuals and foundations who believe in OMARG's vision. While the cannabis revenue model is a long-term goal and a potential future pathway for other regions globally, it will be presented to Japanese policymakers as a future possibility contingent on legal reform, using the Shibuya pilot's transparent financial records and proven community benefits as a compelling model for responsible management of such funds should the legal landscape evolve. So, standard funding first, future possibilities later.
Got it. So following a thorough and comprehensive review of the Shibuya pilot, assessing its successes, identifying areas for refinement, and gathering crucial data, what's Phase 2?
Phase 2, spanning years 2 through 5, will pivot to refining the operational model based on the pilot learnings and initiating strategic global expansion. The key deliverable during this critical phase will be something the proposal terms the OMARG Guild Kit.
A guild kit. Like instructions.
Pretty much. The OMARG Guild Kit is envisioned as a truly comprehensive, open-source digital package. It will contain the detailed organizational blueprints for establishing a guild chapter, robust ethical guidelines that govern its operations, the technical protocols for integrating with the blockchain-backed script system, a library of sample LevQuest templates for various community projects, and all necessary training materials for new guild masters and members. This meticulously designed kit will empower any community worldwide to establish its own autonomous OMARG chapter, essentially providing a plug-and-play solution for grassroots development, customized to local needs. It's about democratizing access to this social innovation.
And the expansion strategy for Phase 2 is brilliantly two-pronged, you said, ensuring both targeted impact and broad reach.
That's right. First, it will strategically target regions where the Domin and Ishgardian restoration models are most culturally and economically relevant. This means focusing on post-conflict areas, or economically revitalizing regions in Asia and Europe, where large-scale reconstruction and community rebuilding projects are sorely needed, applying that model where it fits best. Second, the Allied Society model, with its emphasis on local ownership and cultural sensitivity, will be used to engage with communities in regions with more complex cultural and political landscapes, like Nigeria, as we discussed. This track will focus on providing a flexible framework for local leaders to adapt and implement, ensuring cultural sensitivity and deep local ownership, making the solutions truly indigenous. Two different approaches for different contexts.
And how does the network grow and support itself during this phase?
A primary focus during this expansion will be on building and strengthening the global digital network, which will be powered by the Adventurers HUD. This platform will allow established guilds to seamlessly share invaluable knowledge, essential resources, and successful project templates with new and emerging chapters, creating a truly decentralized peer-to-peer support system. This is what truly accelerates growth, fosters innovation, and ensures the entire network remains a living, evolving ecosystem, rather than a static, top-down bureaucracy. It's knowledge sharing at scale, for good.
So what's the ultimate endgame here, the long-term vision?
The ultimate long-term vision of the OMARG initiative is a future where a global interconnected network of self-sufficient adventurers guilds acts as a resilient, effective, and profoundly grassroots-led force for positive change. It's not envisioned as a monolithic top-down organization controlling everything, but rather a vibrant, diverse ecosystem of empowered local communities, each sharing a common philosophical approach and a powerful, adaptable set of tools to solve their own challenges and contribute to global well-being. Decentralized empowerment.
So, what does this all mean for us? It's about the conscious and deliberate implementation of what the proposal calls the meta layer. The idea that well-designed, engaging, and empowering systems from virtual worlds can be directly applied to solve complex real-world problems. It's a profound testament to the idea that the stories we cherish, the digital societies we build and inhabit in games, are not mere escapism, not just playing around. They are, in fact, functional blueprints, rich with surprising solutions and deep inspiration, just waiting to be translated into a better, more compassionate, and yes, even more adventurous reality for all. It's about realizing that perhaps the most powerful innovations can come from the most unexpected places. Like a video game. What an incredible journey we've taken today, truly from the digital realm of Yerzia to the tangible possibilities right here in our own communities. It truly shows how unexpected sources of innovation, like a video game, can provide profound, actionable insights for real-world change. It's kind of mind-blowing, actually.
It really is. And this leaves us with a final provocative thought for you to consider. Beyond the Homage initiative, how else might the principles, mechanics, and philosophies embedded within the virtual worlds you love, whether they're strategy games, simulation titles, or role-playing epics, be applied? How could they build tangible, positive change in your own community? What other game systems could be functional blueprints for a better reality, waiting for you to discover and apply them in your own life? Something to think about.
Welcome, you curious deep divers. Today we're taking quite a stack of sources. We've got insightful academic papers on anime, detailed lore analyses of, well, a certain beloved video game series,
Right.
and we're essentially extracting the most important nuggets of knowledge for you. Our mission, as always, to give you that shortcut to being truly well informed.
With hopefully plenty of surprising facts.
Exactly, and just enough humor to keep you hooked, hopefully.
Yeah.
So today we're embarking on a really fascinating deep dive. We're looking into the concept of interconnectedness within Japanese media, particularly anime and manga. We'll explore how these diverse cultural, philosophical, historical elements, they aren't just sort of present, but are deeply, deeply interwoven, into narrative structures, character development, all that.
Indeed. And this phenomenon, it really extends beyond just the stories themselves. It touches on the very mechanisms of, well, media creation and even how we consume it. We'll look at some theoretical frameworks too, ideas that help us understand how contemporary media products are often assembled from like a shared cultural database of tropes and archetypes.
Ah, right, that database concept.
Yeah, and how these products spark desire that travels across cultural and national borders, influencing how they're received globally. It's a truly multifaceted field.
So what does this all mean for you listening? Well, we're going to delve into the foundational threads. Japanese philosophy, culture. We'll uncover some core cultural phenomena, examine recurring themes. Then we'll take a closer look at how all these influences really culminate in the distinctive world building of, master creators. Studio Ghibli, Hideaki Anno.
Can't talk about this without them.
Definitely not. And then we'll take a truly deep dive into the sprawling universe of Final Fantasy, uncovering its vast influences and maybe even its potential as a blueprint for like real-world social change, which is pretty wild.
It's quite a journey we have.
Mystic. It centers on the concept of kami.
Right, kami. These supernatural entities believed to inhabit, well, almost everything.
Like winds, rain, mountains.
Exactly. Landscape features, even human ancestors. It establishes this world where the sacred is just deeply intertwined with the mundane. It's not separate. And what's fascinating here is not just the presence of kami, but the significant conceptual focus on purity. That's harai. And avoiding pollution, kigare.
And pollution, okay.
Yeah. So purification rites, often involving, ritual washing, are crucial for spiritual health. And you see this directly mirrored in narratives all the time. Even for modern Japanese people who might not actively practice Shinto or Buddhism day to day, references to temples, festivals, customs, they're just everywhere in anime. It shows this continuous, almost subconscious link.
Okay, like the bathhouse in Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away. That's a perfect example, isn't it?
Absolutely perfect. It's a central place for spirits, for kami, to cleanse themselves of impurities. It's a direct mirror of Shinto practice.
So subtle, but it's just woven in. The key insight there, I guess, is how these ancient animistic beliefs provide this pervasive backbone. Makes the supernatural feel, organic, part of daily life.
Exactly. Not something separate or extraordinary. We see kami depicted as sources of supernatural power all the time. Think of the Shinigami, the gods of death in shows like Bleach or Death Note.
Right.
Or essential characters like in Princess Mononoke or Noragami. And you instantly recognize shrine maidens, the Miko.
Oh yeah, with the distinct clothes.
Right, and they're often portrayed with spiritual abilities way beyond their real life duties, like Sailor Mars and Sailor Moon, a classic example.
Yeah.
This cultural understanding, this sort of permeable membrane between the everyday and the supernatural, it's rooted in Shinto's animism and also that historical mixing with Buddhism, Shimbutsu Shugu.
Shimbutsu Shugu.
Yeah.
So the blending of the two.
Yeah, the functional inseparability of kami worship and Buddhist practice for centuries. It just provides such rich narrative possibilities. You see torii gates, those iconic red gates, and Shimenawa ropes marking spiritual boundaries in films like Weathering with You or Inuyasha, or the whole concept of kami kakushi being spirited away by the kami. That's literally the premise of Spirited Away. So alongside Shinto, you have Buddhism, one of Japan's two primary religious traditions, and it often focuses on the cessation of suffering.
Cessation of suffering.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Japanese anime frequently draws on Buddhist thought, exploring these really profound spiritual and philosophical questions, fate, self-sacrifice, that internal struggle between, say, desire and duty.
A prime example has got to be Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Right.
It really portrays suffering as stemming from attachment.
Yeah.
Which is like a core Buddhist idea.
Absolutely central. And you also see the fundamental Buddhist principle of impermanence, mujo, this idea of finding beauty in life's transience.
Right, like Kyujiro Rengoku in Demon Slayer. Mugen Train. He embodies that unwavering resolve, selflessness, even facing death. He accepts life's transient nature.
That acceptance of impermanence, it allows for a deeper exploration of heroism and sacrifice. It's not just about fighting, it's about how you face the end. And Buddhist principles also underpin traditional codes of conduct, like Bushido, the samurai code.
The way of the warrior.
Exactly. It emphasizes loyalty, self-sacrifice, duty to protect others. And it's often rooted in Zen Buddhism alongside Confucian ethics. You see direct engagement with Buddhist philosophy in films too, like the story of Nambutsu, Shinran, his vow, or Light and Zen. They feature these profound statements like, evil cannot be wiped out with more evil.
Powerful stuff.
Or, we are connected to all the things in nature. Just by existing, you are fulfilling an important part. These films really explore universal ideas about finding happiness, overcoming evil, interconnectedness.
And it's fascinating how these philosophical concepts can become like literal plot devices.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Heart Sutra.
Yeah, the teaching that form is emptiness and emptiness is form. It actually provides a philosophical basis in some stories for supernatural abilities, like rendering a person invisible to spirits.
Wow.
So Shinto often provides the setting, the spiritual entities, maybe the what. Buddhism often offers the moral and psychological lens, the how characters navigate their worlds.
How they deal with it all.
Exactly. It informs their psychological journeys, offers pathways to overcome suffering, comprehend existence ideas like detachment, self-sacrifice. This deep integration lets anime explore really complex human conditions with a kind of philosophical depth that honestly resonates universally. Now, shifting gears a bit, but still foundational, the aftermath of World War II, it profoundly reshaped Japan. Widespread poverty, devastation.
A huge turning point.
Absolutely. And during this period, manga and anime just experienced this unprecedented boom. They were inexpensive entertainment, yes, but also a crucial way to process war trauma.
Right. And to kind of usher in this new era, pro-American democracy, science.
Precisely. Early works like Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy back in 1952, they pioneered themes of humanity technology directly reflecting Japan's evolving identity in that post-war world.
Astro Boy is such a classic.
It really is. And anime culture since then has extensively reflected Japan's Reconstruction period and all the anxieties that came with it. Direct depictions of nuclear war, they're relatively rare, but indirect references, post-apocalyptic settings, very common.
Yeah, you see that a lot.
Works like Space Battleship Yamato from '74, Akira in '88, Fist of the North Star in the mid-'80s. They allude to worlds devastated by catastrophe, often serving as allegories for these broader societal anxieties about, unchecked technology, the fragility of a society built purely on science.
Building on that, it's particularly compelling to see how these anxieties show up in specific works. Like, how does Hideaki Anno's Neon Genesis Evangelion really tap into those Cold War fears and disaster anxieties?
Oh, Evangelion is heavily influenced by Anno's own Cold War era fears. Fears of nuclear annihilation. He apparently worried Tokyo could be annihilated any minute.
Wow.
Yeah. And Japan's frequent natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, those fears manifest directly in its apocalyptic setting. Themes of global calamity, survival, rebuilding. The monstrous angels in Evangelion, you can easily interpret them as like externalizations of these pervasive anxieties, these existential threats lingering in the collective consciousness.
So the monsters aren't just monsters.
Not just monsters. The prevalence of these post-WWII anxieties, particularly around nuclear threats, natural disasters, they aren't just background noise. They're profound catalysts for exploring human resilience, for societal critique, for the search for new meaning. This collective memory of trauma became incredibly fertile ground for narratives about survival, overcoming immense challenges. Think about the walls in Attack on Titan.
Huge symbol.
Right. You can understand them as this powerful metaphor for the psychological, the societal defenses built in response to past devastation. It forces you to examine immediate fears, but also historical wounds.
And recurring theme, maybe the central theme across so much anime, is that tension between tradition and modernity. It reflects Japan's ongoing identity crisis, right? Transitioning from feudalism to a global economic powerhouse.
Absolutely. You see it visually represented all the time. Varied cityscapes, youth embracing Western trends, elders holding on to traditional heritage.
Like Chihiro's fear of the Torii Gate in Spirited Away. That kind of symbolizes how unfamiliar traditional culture can be for modern youth.
Exactly. This identity crisis is a direct consequence of rapid post-war westernization, globalization. Japan's economic success was so tied to adopting Western influences. By the 1990s, many felt this constructed identity was overshadowing Japan's unique heritage. So anime becomes this crucial space for processing that tension.
A way to work through it.
Yeah, actively engaging in a cultural process of reconciliation, offering perspectives on how to integrate the past with the present. It's this continuous societal dialogue about defining Japaneseness in a globalized world.
Okay, so with those deep cultural roots kind of established, let's look now at some of the more maybe visible cultural phenomena, the things that have really shaped Japan's global image.
Right.
Let's talk kawaii, Japanese for cute or adorable. It's just this pervasive cultural phenomenon, isn't it? Emphasizing childlike innocence, charm, simplicity.
Totally pervasive. Its widespread influence really started flourishing in the 1970s, driven by youth culture and the emergence of all these cute characters in manga and anime.
And the prime example has to be Hello Kitty, right? Sanrio, 1974.
The quintessential kawaii icon. The aesthetic is characterized by, soft or pastel colors, rounded shapes, features that evoke vulnerability, big eyes, small mouths. And this aesthetic, it's become such a prominent What if the fantastical structures we explore in our favorite digital worlds held the actual blueprints for solving some of our most complex real-world challenges? I mean, imagine a global network inspired directly by the Adventurers Guilds of Final Fantasy XIV, but operating not for profit, not to accumulate wealth, but for profound, measurable social good. It sounds almost, well, utopian, doesn't it? Something right out of a grand fantasy, or maybe a daring social experiment. Well, today we're taking a deep dive into an incredibly ambitious yet meticulously planned proposal. The OMARG Initiative, also known as the Adventurers Guild Initiative, or AGI. This isn't just a fun concept we're floating around, it's a rigorously designed framework aiming to transform that virtual inspiration into tangible, real-world social impact. Our mission on this deep dive is to unpack precisely how this nonprofit model stands as the absolute best choice for addressing critical societal gaps. Why it fundamentally prioritizes ethical operations over traditional real-world economics, and how it empowers individuals to find purpose and achieve true self-sufficiency, even tackling immediate and long-term challenges like housing and robust community support.
And we have some truly unique and comprehensive sources to guide us on this exploration. We've compiled a series of in-depth reports: FFX5E Crossover Project Research Plan, FFX5E Guild Real-World Implementation, FFX5E Guilds Real-World Application, and FFX5E Guilds Nonprofit Integration. What's fascinating about these documents is that they aren't just, speculative essays. They meticulously deconstruct the in-game Adventurers Guild, drawing parallels to real-world sociological and economic models, and then propose its adaptation as a robust, ethically sound nonprofit.
Okay, so real deep analysis here.
Exactly. We're not just skimming the surface. We're going to pull out the most important nuggets of knowledge, some truly surprising facts, and crucial insights to give you that shortcut to being truly well-informed on this groundbreaking concept. The central argument woven throughout all these reports is unequivocal. A nonprofit, mission-driven approach, deeply rooted in the in-game philosophy of service, offers a demonstrably superior and more ethical pathway compared to traditional profit-seeking ventures. It's about building a better world, not merely a bigger balance sheet for a select few.
Right, and the why behind that revolutionary stance is precisely what we need to explore. Okay, let's unpack this fascinating origin story. The Irzan Adventurers Guild, as described in these reports, wasn't just some convenient job board in a fantasy world like you might initially think.
Not at all.
It was born out of a very real, very critical and pragmatic response to a massive societal crisis back in the 6th Astral Era, A or ZU. Think of it as a period of profound upheaval and rebuilding, not unlike, say, a global post-war reconstruction phase in our own history.
That's a really good parallel.
Imagine a situation where a rapidly expanding militaristic empire forces nations to beef up their defenses, leaving a massive number of highly skilled former soldiers jobless and vulnerable.
Which is exactly what happened.
That's precisely what happened in Irzia when the Garlean Empire rose. It forced the city-states like Redania, Limsa, Laminsa, Ulda to professionalize their militaries, forming standing armies like the Immortal Flames or the Maelstrom.
Which makes sense for defense, absolutely.
But it created this massive unintended consequence. A huge population of skilled mercenaries and sellswords who had previously been essential for protection and trade were suddenly unemployed.
Yeah, and with no other options.
Well, the reports are crystal clear. These capable individuals began resorting to acts of villainy to survive. This was a significant societal problem, a real breakdown.
A major threat to stability.
Exactly. The Adventurers Guild was then conceived by a consortium of respected leaders as a crucial social safety net. It wasn't just about charity, though.
No, it was highly practical.
It was a pragmatic mechanism for reintegration, channeling these highly capable but disaffected individuals back into society by directing their formidable skills into constructive work aiding the common citizenry. It's truly remarkable how it transformed a societal liability, a volatile, unemployed workforce, into a profound asset, putting their talents to use for the common good.
And what's fascinating here, I think, is that the Guild's purpose went far beyond mere pragmatism. It was layered with this profound philosophical mandate, the will of Azem.
Azem. Ah, yes, Azim. That's a deep cut in the lore.
It really is. This is an ancient, inherited will, thousands of years old, passed down through a lineage of individuals. It's described as an intrinsic, deeply personal calling that encourages individuals to travel the world, offer their services, and make right whatever they can.
So it's not about payment or state orders.
Not primarily. It's a moral compass. an intrinsic motivation that fosters a culture of selfless service and continuous self-improvement. It's about an internal drive to make the world a better place, one act at a time.
That adds a whole other layer to it.
It really does. And if we connect this to the bigger picture, this origin story offers a powerful blueprint for some of our most pressing contemporary challenges. Think about the implications for technological unemployment, where entire industries can be disrupted. displacing massive workforces.
Or veteran reintegration,
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely. The critical need for the reintegration of military veterans who possess invaluable skills and discipline, but often struggle to adapt to civilian life, to find a new purpose. It's also incredibly relevant for redirecting individuals from illicit economies by providing them with a legitimate, dignified, and purposeful path.
So it's really about providing meaning.
Exactly. Meaning a constructive avenue for disaffected populations,
Well done.
ultimately building stronger community resilience from the ground up.
As Louis Levieux, a pivotal figure in Irzian lore and a real beacon of hope, wisely stated.
Oh, I love this quote.
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. And such a passive stance will not, I fear, take us far upon the path to progress.
Powerful stuff. It frames Omar not just as a project, but as a kind of moral imperative.
Precisely, a proactive, compassionate engagement with the world's problems, demanding action over apathy. That quote, to ignore the plight is not wisdom, it is indolence, truly resonates. It sounds like this isn't just about creating a new organization, but fostering an entire mindset. So let's talk about Omar's proposed mission, which is directly inspired by this.
Okay.
It's envisioned as a global, non-governmental social enterprise. Its core aim is to empower individuals and communities by creating a decentralized network of adventurers who can then identify and address localized social, economic, and environmental challenges.
And that term social enterprise is really important here.
It is. Defining social enterprise here is absolutely key because it's the cornerstone of why the nonprofit model is considered superior to traditional business. While OMARG would generate revenue to sustain its operations,
Which it needs to do, obviously.
of course. But its primary objective is explicitly not profit maximization. Its singular goal is positive social impact. The profits are a means to an end, a way to keep the lights on and the missions funded, but they are absolutely not the end itself.
And that's the fundamental difference.
It's a crucial distinction from traditional corporations, which are primarily beholden to shareholders and financial returns. This foundational difference directly speaks to why the nonprofit model is seen as the only ethical and truly effective choice for such an ambitious, mission-driven endeavor. It means that every decision, every resource allocation, every project undertaken is first and foremost evaluated through the lens of social good, not financial gain.
Indeed. And to truly understand why the nonprofit model stands so clearly above traditional profit-driven ventures, we must directly examine the Rowena paradigm as a stark cautionary tale.
Ah, Rowena, the House of Splendor. She's memorable.
Memorable, and according to these reports, a prime example of what not to do. The sources are incredibly clear. While Rowena is undoubtedly a shrewd and successful entrepreneur in Eorzea, her House of Splendors operates on ethically questionable and often predatory practices. This is precisely the kind of extractive and exploitative economic model that OMARG must and will vehemently reject.
Okay, so let's break that down. What are these predatory practices?
Let's delve into her specific exploitative methods, as meticulously outlined in the reports. First, there's debt bondage. Rowena actively seeks out and acquires the debt of individuals in dire financial straits, then basically binds them to her service until that debt is repaid.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Her employees are often given new names ending in tona, signifying their state of indentured servitude. Their loyalty is secured not by choice or fair compensation, but by financial coercion and desperate necessity. It's a chilling echo of historical forms of forced labor.
That's pretty dark.
It is. Secondly, she employs a company script system. Instead of paying her employees in gil, the universal currency of Eorzea, she pays them in scripts, which are a private currency redeemable only at her own establishment.
Right, the old company store trick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a direct parallel to the historically exploitative truck system or company town models prevalent in 19th century industrial towns, which were specifically designed to trap workers in cycles of debt and dependency by controlling both their wages and their cost of living.
Keeping them tied to her.
Precisely. Finally, and perhaps most insidiously, she leverages personal vulnerabilities for profit. The most prominent example is her relationship with the master blacksmith, Geralt. She shrewdly exploits his alcoholism and financial mismanagement to secure his world-class skills for a mere fraction of their market value, perpetually perpetuating his dependency for her own gain.
Okay, so that's the model to avoid at all costs.
Absolutely. These methods are fundamentally extractive and entirely antithetical to the mission of a social enterprise like OMARG. They create a closed economic loop that benefits the central figure at the expense of her workers' autonomy, well-being, and ability to ever truly achieve self-sufficiency.
Which is the opposite of what OMARG aims for.
Completely. This is precisely why OMARG's ethical framework is not an afterthought, but its very foundation, directly designed in opposition to such practices. In direct contrast, OMARG is built on the rigorous principles of contemporary social entrepreneurship and clinical ethics, designed to empower, not exploit.
So what does that look like in practice?
Well, firstly, fair compensation and labor practices. All OMARG agents will operate under transparent contracts, receiving payment in legal tender not script that meets or exceeds fair wage standards for their region. Debt bondage is explicitly forbidden in any form.
Good, that's crucial.
Secondly, there's stakeholder governance. OMARG will adopt a robust governance model that includes direct representation from its administrative staff, its adventurer agents, and, crucially, representatives from the communities it serves in decision-making bodies. This ensures that decision-making is inclusive, transparent, and directly accountable to its mission and beneficiaries, preventing top-down dictation.
Makes sense. Power needs checks and balances.
Thirdly, radical transparency. All funding sources, operational expenditures, and project outcomes will be publicly reported and easily accessible. OMARG will invest heavily in robust social impact measurement systems to quantify its effectiveness, ensuring its activities are genuinely aligned with its social mission and providing unimpeachable accountability to donors, partners, and the public.
And you mentioned blockchain for that.
Exactly. One of the reports specifically highlights that blockchain technology will be used for unimpeachable record keeping, directly countering traditional charities' perceived lack of transparency and building a new standard of trust.
Okay. And the last principle.
Finally, and perhaps most importantly, is the principle of primum non nocere, primum non nocere. First, do no harm. This central tenet, borrowed from clinical ethics and medical practice, mandates rigorous needs assessments before any intervention, comprehensive cultural sensitivity training for all agents, and an unwavering commitment to empowering local communities to solve their own problems rather than imposing external, potentially disruptive solutions.
So really embedding that ethical core.
Absolutely. This ethical core, designed as a direct counterpoint to the Rowena problem, is precisely why a nonprofit structure is the only viable and responsible path for OMARG.
With that crucial, rigorously defined ethical foundation in place, let's turn to the operational side. How does this grand vision actually take shape on the ground? What do the reports reveal about the nuts and bolts of how this Adventurers Guild would actually operate day to day?
Well, the organizational blueprint for OMARG is fascinating because it's designed to be highly adaptable and deeply integrated. It's not envisioned as a monolithic bureaucracy, thankfully.
Good.
Instead, it's a federated network of semi-autonomous chapters. Think of each guild hall as being deeply embedded in its local community, much like in the game where they're often co-located with taverns or inns like the lively Drowning Wench or the bustling Quicksand.
So right in the heart of things.
Exactly. That physical presence immediately suggests a community hub, not some remote office building.
And these guild halls are much more than just offices, right? They're envisioned as vital, multifunctional community centers.
Absolutely. They'll offer inviting public-facing areas where community members can gather, administrative offices for the guild masters and their teams, dedicated training rooms for skill development, and fully equipped workshops for practical application of learned trades.
Like maker spaces, almost.
Sort of, yeah, tailored to the guild's focus. And crucially, a point that is explicitly highlighted in the reports. They will offer temporary lodging facilities for new members or those in transition.
Okay, that's huge. So it directly addresses immediate needs, like housing support.
Precisely. For individuals who are just beginning their journey towards stability and self-sufficiency. It provides a safe, welcoming base from which to start, removing a massive barrier for many people.
And who runs these places?
The key personnel, like the guildmasters, think Bedron Ten Fingers, and Limsalaminsa, Mio, in Midonia, or Momodi in Ulda from the game, will act as local leaders, trusted mentors, and essential information brokers. They're supported by dedicated clerks and receptionists who manage the daily operations and member queries.
So a real local leadership structure.
Very much so. This decentralized yet interconnected structure really is ingenious, and it extends deeply into the member journey itself. There's a clear tiered ranking system.
Ah, like leveling up.
In a way, yes.
Yeah.
From recruit, also known as wood rank, up to journeyman or copper iron, and then vanguard or electrum rank. This provides very clear milestones, recognizes acquired skills as individuals progress, and offers a transparent, achievable path for advancement.
So it fosters a sense of achievement.
Definitely. And ultimately self-sufficiency, giving members clear, motivating goals to work towards, much like an apprenticeship system with visible progress.
And what about this vanguard role?
The vanguard role is particularly important within this progression. These are the graduates who have successfully achieved self-sufficiency. They're essentially the seasoned adventurer archetype, the kind of experienced, self-reliant individual who have seen it all, honed their skills, and can now guide others.
So they become mentors.
Exactly. They serve as invaluable peer mentors, inspiring new recruits and sharing practical wisdom. What's more, they can even transition into paid staff positions within the guild, creating a sustainable, empowering cycle where those who have benefited from the system then contribute back to its core operations and mission.
I like that. A cycle of empowerment.
And the reports go into detail about a multi-guild ecosystem, drawing profound inspiration from FXIV's disciplines of the hand, crafting, and land gathering.
Here.
OMARG proposes specialized guilds designed for real-world impact.
Okay, like what?
A martial guild focused on community safety and non-lethal conflict resolution, a trade guild for local production, repair, and innovation, and a resource guild for sustainable management of environmental assets.
Can you give some examples?
Sure. Just imagine a trade guild offering carpentry workshops for building affordable housing components, or digital fabrication training for local small businesses, maybe 3D printing parts, or a resource guild managing community urban farms, setting up large-scale composting initiatives, or even building small-scale renewable energy projects like efficient solar ovens, or systems for creating biofuels from waste cooking oil collected from local restaurants.
Wow, okay. That's really practical.
Very practical. And what's truly critical here, mirroring the in-game design, is the concept of interdependence. Just like in FFXIV, where a blacksmith needs ore from a miner to craft a sword.
Right, you need materials from other disciplines.
Precisely. These real-world projects are designed to inherently require cross-guild cooperation. For example, a community garden project might involve the Resource Guild for cultivation expertise, the Trade Guild for building raised beds or rainwater harvesting systems, and maybe even the Martial Guild for ensuring the safety of volunteers during evening hours or managing crowd logistics at a community harvest festival.
So it forces collaboration.
It fosters deep collaboration, breaks down silos, and builds a self-sufficient internal ecosystem, ensuring that every type of skill is valued, integrated, and contributes to the collective good. It's a very holistic, truly community-oriented approach to problem solving.
That level of integration sounds incredibly ambitious and deeply effective, a system that not only helps individuals, but also strengthens the entire community from within. And that brings us to the symbiotic nature of OMARG's partnerships.
Yes, this is key.
The reports emphasize that OMARG is designed as a force multiplier, meaning it partners with existing community services rather than trying to replace or compete with them. It's about leveraging existing strengths and filling the gaps.
It doesn't reinvent the wheel.
Exactly. It enhances and supports. Guild members provide flexible, on-demand, specialized support, freeing up professionals in existing organizations like social workers, nurses, teachers to focus on their core expertise, effectively boosting their capacity.
Okay, give me some examples of these partnerships. All right, think about healthcare. OMARG adventurers could transport patients to appointments, deliver vital medical supplies or prescriptions, perform essential home repairs like installing grab bars or ramps to ensure a safe and accessible living environment for vulnerable individuals, or even provide respite for exhausted family caregivers.
Allowing doctors and nurses to focus on clinical care.
Precisely. In the realm of social welfare, youth, and elder care, Guild members could mentor youth through after-school programs, run practical skills workshops like carpentry, basic coding, or digital literacy, assist with financial literacy education for families, provide companionship for isolated elderly individuals, deliver meals to homebound residents, or offer crucial logistical support for large-scale community events like food drives or vaccination clinics.
So really plugging into existing structures.
And even in the criminal justice system, OMARG could play a vital role. The report suggests mentoring formerly incarcerated individuals, providing structured tasks, building positive routines, and offering supportive networks, with a clear focus on rehabilitation, skill building, and successful reintegration into society, aiming to reduce recidivism.
It's a beautifully interwoven system, it sounds like, strengthening the fabric of society by filling those critical gaps where people might otherwise fall through.
That's the goal, absolutely. Let's now dive into the truly innovative financial model and why the nonprofit status is absolutely critical here, because this is where it fundamentally diverges from conventional approaches.
Right, the economics of it. How does it work without being profit-driven?
The core economic philosophy of OMARG is to explicitly reject and avoid the pitfalls of traditional profit-driven models, especially the exploited ones we just discussed, so vividly exemplified by Relina. The aim here is solely financial sustainability to achieve social impact, not wealth accumulation for individuals or shareholders.
So sustainability, not profit maximization.
Exactly. That is paramount to its ethical framework and its fundamental distinction from conventional businesses. By operating as a 501c3 nonprofit organization in the United States, for instance, or an equivalent in other jurisdictions, OMARG can secure essential tax-exempt status, receive tax-deductible contributions from individuals and corporations, and apply for public grants.
Which opens up different funding streams.
Precisely. Streams that traditional for-profit businesses simply cannot access for public good initiatives. The reports highlight that OMARG explicitly functions in the interstitial spaces of modern society, those critical gaps that are often left unaddressed by both government agencies with broad mandates and the profit-driven focus of the private sector.
So it goes where the market won't.
Essentially, yes. It's designed to step in precisely where the conventional economy cannot or will not provide solutions, dedicating itself to challenges deemed unprofitable by others.
Okay, but how do members get rewarded or incentivized if it's not traditional wages?
This is where it gets really revolutionary. And it's a direct response to the ethical challenges of traditional compensation models. OMARG uses a multi-tiered incentive system, directly inspired by Final Fantasy XIV's varied in-game currencies.
Like gil and seals and scripts.
Exactly those. OMARG uses a closed-loop, non-monetary system, meaning efforts are rewarded tangibly within the guild's ecosystem, not with traditional cash. This choice deliberately insulates its mission from market pressures and the temptation of profit maximization, ensuring that the value created remains within the social enterprise and serves the community.
A closed loop. Interesting. How does it work?
This system has 3 distinct tiers, each designed to incentivize different types of contributions and provide specific forms of support. At Tier 1, you have community seals, much like the Grand Company seals in FFXIV.
Okay, the most common ones.
Right. These are the most accessible currency, widely awarded for general civic service and basic community projects. Think park cleanups, helping at a local shelter, graffiti removal, or providing fundamental social support like helping with community kitchens or simple errands for the elderly.
And what can you get with these seals?
Critically, these seals are redeemable at a quartermaster for essential goods and services such as meal vouchers, public transit passes to aid mobility, necessary work apparel like safety vests or boots, and a crucial detail we mentioned earlier, access to temporary housing within the guild hall facilities.
Wow, so direct support for basic needs.
Yes, it directly addresses immediate needs, providing a lifeline and a stepping stone for new members who might be experiencing housing insecurity or other challenges. It creates a direct, immediate link between community contribution and meeting basic life necessities, ensuring stability for adventurers in transition.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. What's Tier 2?
Moving up to Tier 2, we have artisan scripts, akin to crafters and gatherers scripts in the game. These are awarded for applying specialized high-quality skills, things like skilled trades such as carpentry, plumbing, or electrical work, advanced IT support for other nonprofits, or providing sophisticated mentoring and tutoring services.
So recognizing higher skill levels.
Exactly. And they are redeemable for resources that directly enhance professional capabilities. Things like advanced vocational training programs, professional-grade tools that can then be used for independent work outside the guild, and industry-recognized certifications.
So it's about building long-term capacity.
Precisely. This is how the guild strategically invests in its members' long-term growth and self-sufficiency, ensuring they acquire skills that have genuine external market value and can lead to independent employment down the line.
Got it. And Tier 3, the tombstones.
Finally, Tier 3 comprises knowledge tombstones, similar to Allegan tombstones, Owling Lag and TOHM stones, the most prestigious currency in FFXIV. These are the rarest and most esteemed, awarded for high-stakes, sensitive, or knowledge-intensive tasks.
Like what kind of tasks?
Things like mediating complex community conflicts, analyzing critical data for humanitarian aid deployment, developing strategic plans for large projects, or leading complex multi-partner initiatives that require significant strategic insight and trustworthiness.
And what do tomestones get you? It's not better tools, presumably.
No, tomestones are redeemed not for material goods, but for greater trust, responsibility, and access within the organization. Things like eligibility to lead high-level missions, participating directly in the Grand Council's strategic planning sessions, or access to sensitive information needed for complex operations. This tier directly reflects the concept that trustworthiness with valuable and potentially sensitive information is the highest form of reward.
Interesting. So it emphasizes wisdom and leadership over material gain.
Exactly. The Guild's highest value is placed on wisdom, integrity, and leadership capacity, not material wealth accumulation.
And what's absolutely paramount here, especially given the Rowena problem we discussed earlier, are the stringent ethical safeguards directly integrated into this economic system. The reports emphasize that OMARG must build a system that fundamentally prevents any form of exploitation, ensuring its members are empowered, not ensnared.
Yes, the safeguards are critical.
So first, there's independent oversight. A dedicated ethics committee with robust representation from the members themselves and external independent experts will continually audit the internal economy. They'll monitor the exchange rates for fairness.
Making sure the seals and scripts hold real value internally.
Right, ensuring that what you earn is genuinely valuable and proportional to the effort and impact. This committee also handles any grievances promptly and impartially, providing a crucial check and balance against any potential abuses of power or systemic inequities.
Absolutely essential.
Second, and this is a fundamental, absolute difference from Rowena's debt-driven model, there is a strict prohibition of debt. It is absolutely impossible for a member to accrue any debt of seals, scripts, or tomestones within the OMARG system.
No debt traps.
None. This internal system is purely reward-based, designed to provide support and opportunities, not to create obligations or dependency. It's about giving a hand up, not creating a financial burden.
A crucial design choice.
Third, and this is so important for the long-term success and true self-sufficiency of its members, there is a strong emphasis on external value and portability. While the Guild's internal credits are non-monetary, the reports are very clear that the skills gained through artisan scripts and the certifications achieved with them must be transferable and widely recognized in the external job market.
So the skills have real-world currency.
Exactly. This empowers members to find future employment and achieve long-term financial independence, including eventually securing their own permanent housing and land, entirely independent of the Guild's internal economy. The Guild is explicitly designed as a springboard to a better, self-reliant life, not a permanent, isolated economic system where members are perpetually tied to its internal workings.
So the temporary lodging is a start, but the goal is full independence, including stable housing outside the Guild structure.
Absolutely. The Guild helps you get on your feet, build skills, maybe find that initial stability with temporary lodging earned through seals, but the ultimate aim, supported by the valuable skills learned via scripts, is for members to achieve full self-sufficiency in the wider world. That includes securing permanent housing, maybe even owning land, becoming fully independent agents.
That emphasis on true self-sufficiency.
Right. So how is it funded externally then?
This is backed by a diversified funding strategy, ensuring resilience and mission alignment. The primary funding sources will be carefully selected to align with OMARG's nonprofit mission. These include government grants at local, national, and international levels. For example, grants focused on workforce development, social reintegration, or disaster relief.
Okay, makes sense.
They will also seek support from philanthropic foundations that prioritize social innovation and community resilience, and corporate social responsibility, CSR programs, from ethical businesses that want to make a tangible impact.
But with strings attached.
Well, that's a key point. A core principle of a fundraising strategy is explicitly seeking non-earmarked or flexible funding. This is crucial because it allows OMARG to respond to emergent community needs with agility, rather than being constrained by rigid project-specific donor mandates that might not adapt to evolving crises.
Giving them flexibility on the ground.
Exactly. One incredibly innovative funding mechanism designed to convert material support into tangible incentives is inspired by the donation box model from the Doman Enclave, the OH-Man and KLAV reconstruction in FXIV.
Ah, the Doman reconstruction. I remember that.
Right. Here, corporate partners can donate goods, things like high-quality tools, essential software licenses, nutritious food supplies, or raw materials, which are then stocked at the Guild Hall's quartermaster. These goods are then provided to members in exchange for seals or scripts earned through their service.
Oh, that's clever. It turns donations directly into incentives.
It cleverly converts material donations into tangible incentives for community service, effectively closing the loop between philanthropy and on-the-ground action, making every donation directly actionable and visible.
And you mentioned blockchain earlier for transparency.
Yes. To ensure absolute, unquestionable transparency and build unshakable donor and public trust, the entire economic system, from the earning of seals to the allocation of funds, will be built on blockchain technology. Every script earned, every resource contributed by a partner, and every fund allocation will be recorded publicly and immutably on a distributed ledger.
So anyone can see where the resources are going.
Precisely. This creates an unimpeachable, auditable record that is resistant to manipulation, akin to the World Food Programme's Building Blocks project, which successfully uses blockchain to manage cash transfers to refugees, saving millions and significantly reducing fraud. This directly counters that widespread skepticism and perceived lack of transparency often associated with traditional charities, making OMARG's financial operations uniquely trustworthy and setting a new standard for accountability in the social enterprise sector.
Okay, this is all incredibly well thought out, from the ethics to the economics. Now, here's where it gets really interesting, I think, diving into OMARG's strategic implementation by looking at the real-world applicability of in-game recovery models.
Yes, the reports draw heavily on actual FFXIV content for this.
The OMARG initiative draws on two distinct in-game reconstruction models that are incredibly instructive, providing tangible blueprints for how large-scale social rebuilding can be achieved. First, we have the Doman Enclave Restoration.
A fan favorite for many.
Right. This is a powerful model of microfinanced, community-managed reconstruction. In the game, players donate items and gil to generate capital, and you see visible weekly progress as new buildings are erected, fields cultivated, and the Doman community gradually reclaims its home.
That visible progress is so motivating.
It really is. This model focuses on gradual physical and cultural rebuilding, including the incredibly important process of reuniting displaced populations and restoring local traditions. This provides OMARG with a blueprint for immediate, rapid response reconstruction, leveraging small, individual contributions of in-kind goods or micro-donations to bootstrap recovery and give communities an immediate sense of collective ownership and agency over the rebuilding efforts.
It's about empowering local populations to drive their own recovery from day one.
Exactly. Then there's the Ishgardian Firmament, FUR Moment Restoration. This is a different beast altogether.
Much larger scale.
It's a more advanced, skills-based model of large-scale infrastructure rebuilding. It mobilized crafters and gatherers from across Eorzea to transform a war-torn ruin into a bustling new residential and commercial district through coordinated high-skill efforts.
Requiring serious coordination and specialized talents.
Right. This provides OMARG with a robust framework for coordinating skilled labor for major long-term infrastructure projects. And OMARG's proposed phased restoration protocol ingeniously combines these two models.
How so?
Phase 1 follows the Doman model for immediate resource mobilization and initial community stabilization, focusing on grassroots efforts and meeting basic needs quickly. Phase 2 then transitions to the Ishgardian model for skills-based large-scale reconstruction, focusing on building back better, creating resilient, sustainable infrastructure that benefits the entire community long-term.
So immediate relief followed by sustainable development.
Yep. Exactly. And crucially, these projects aren't just about rebuilding physical structures. They serve as practical, real-world training grounds for OMARG participants, providing invaluable hands-on experience and contributing directly to their skill development and portfolio. They learn by doing while making a real difference.
That strategic adaptability is absolutely key, especially when considering global operations and the crucial aspect of cultural sensitivity. You can't just drop the same model anywhere.
No, definitely not.
And the reports introduce the Allied Society Doctrine, which is absolutely crucial for operating effectively and ethically in diverse regions around the world. This concept comes directly from FFXIV's evolution from Beast Tribe quests, which historically depicted a more adversarial, sometimes paternalistic relationship to Allied Society quests.
Which feel much more like partnership.
Exactly, reflecting a deliberate in-game shift towards respectful partnership and mutual aid.
And this avoids historical pitfalls.
Yes.
The reports explicitly reject historical models of forced amalgamation or top-down imposition, citing cautionary tales from our own world's past, They reference examples like the British amalgamation of diverse Nigerian ethnic groups under a single colonial administration, or the Roman Empire's interactions with various Celtic and Pictish tribes, which often involved building dividing structures like Hadrian's Wall, H-A-Y, Hadrian's Wall, and the Antonine Wall, A-N-Tonine Wall, to enforce separation and control rather than foster integration.
Right, imposing structures instead of building relationship.
Precisely. These historical examples demonstrate the profound dangers and long-term instability caused by imposing top-down umbrella structures that disregard local cultures, needs, and traditions. Omarg's approach is the absolute antithesis of this.
How does it work then?
It acts as a trusted, neutral facilitator. It involves earning trust through sustained, respectful engagement, deeply listening to local needs, and helping society solve their own internal problems on their own terms, thereby forming genuine alliances between equals. This means empowering local leadership, working through established local partners, and building local capacity, rather than acting as a foreign entity imposing external solutions.
So building capacity within communities, not colonizing or dictating from without.
That's the core principle. It's about partnership, not paternalism.
And this profoundly respectful approach extends directly to Omarg's very clear and non-negotiable mandate for non-lethal intervention. This isn't about sending in mercenaries.
Absolutely not. This is enshrined in their doctrine of proportional response, which explicitly positions adventurers as peacekeepers and facilitators of community well-being, rather than mercenaries or enforcement agents. This is a crucial distinction that aligns with the overall ethical framework.
What principles guide this intervention?
The foundational principles governing Omarg's intervention protocols are directly inspired by established UN peacekeeping guidelines, requiring the consent of all parties involved whenever possible, maintaining absolute impartiality, and strictly limiting the non-use of force except in immediate self-defense or defense of others under imminent threat.
And the training reflects this.
Very much so. Their training curriculum for adventurers is incredibly rigorous and comprehensive. While it includes proficiency in non-lethal weapons and LW, like maybe chemical irritants, acoustic devices, or kinetic projectiles, primarily for crowd control or very specific defensive situations.
The focus isn't on the weapons.
No, the overwhelming majority of the training focuses on non-physical techniques. We're talking about intensive modules on verbal de-escalation, advanced negotiation strategies, mediation skills, cultural competency, and even verbal judo, Odo, techniques that emphasize empathy, active listening, respect, and diffusing aggression through communication rather than confrontation.
So talking first, last, and always, basically.
That's the ideal. The overarching goal is never to simply subdue or punish, but to resolve conflicts peacefully and restoratively. Crucially, any individual subdued or detained during an intervention, which would be a last resort, is treated with absolute dignity and offered a clear pathway into the Guild's mentor-mentee rehabilitation programs.
Ah, so even intervention leads back to support.
Yes. Intervention is seen as a temporary protective measure to create an opportunity for positive, long-term change and reintegration into the community, aligning perfectly with Omarg's core mission of redemption, rehabilitation, and transformation. Now, this truly groundbreaking initiative, marrying virtual inspiration with real-world impact, faces unique challenges, especially regarding intellectual property. You can't just, use Final Fantasy assets without permission.
Right, that sounds like a legal minefield.
It could be. Omarg is envisioned as a transmedia crossover, seeking to manifest Final Fantasy XIV's intellectual property, IP, in the real world in a functional, operational way. This presents unique legal complexities that go far beyond traditional licensing agreements for merchandise or adaptations. It's a new paradigm for how creative IP can be leveraged for social good.
So what's the proposed solution?
The proposed solution is a pioneering social impact partnership with Square Enix, SEZ, the game's developer and publisher. This deliberately reframes the relationship from a purely transactional one, where Omarg simply pays for a license, to a truly collaborative and mutually beneficial endeavor.
A partnership, not just a license.
Exactly. For Omarg, this means gaining the essential legal right and legitimacy to use the FFXIV IP as its foundational framework, instantly providing a rich conceptual universe, established lore, recognizable symbols, and a globally recognized brand that can attract both participants and supporters.
And what's in it for Square Enix?
For Square Enix, the benefits are significant and multifaceted. It's a landmark corporate social responsibility, CSR initiative, offering unparalleled positive public relations and brand enhancement that extends far beyond the gaming world. It positions them as a global leader in transmedia social impact, demonstrating how a company can leverage its storytelling, world building, and artistic assets to effect tangible, positive change in the physical world.
That's actually a pretty big deal. A gaming company actively building a better world based on its own game.
It's a powerful potential win-win that showcases the deeper societal value of creative assets beyond mere entertainment, bridging the gap between digital narrative and real-world transformation.
What's also incredibly forward-thinking and ties into this unique partnership is the concept of Project Legacy, a corporate-sponsored restoration of digital heritage.
Yes, this addresses a real concern in gaming.
The reports highlight a real problem within the gaming industry. Game updates or changes can alter or even remove original content. A prime example given is the original dungeon, The Thousand Maws of Kodorak, which was redesigned to be more linear.
I remember the old maze-like version.
Right, and the original, while sometimes frustrating, was actually described in these reports as a vital player training scenario, teaching crucial skills like complex navigation, resource management under pressure, and problem solving through environmental design skills directly applicable to real-world challenges OMARG might face.
So losing that content meant losing a training tool.
Potentially, yes. This isn't just about nostalgia, it's about cultural preservation and recognizing the intrinsic value of game design as a learning tool. The statistics cited are alarming. An estimated 87% of classic video games released before 2010 are commercially unavailable, essentially lost to time. And existing laws like the Digital Millennium Copyright Act's DMCA anti-circumvention provisions often hinder preservation efforts by libraries and archives.
A huge amount of digital culture just gone.
Exactly. The proposed solution is the OMARG SE Digital Heritage Initiative. This would actively fund the recovery and meticulous restoration of legacy game content, including original dungeon layouts, unabridged audio logs, original quest text, character dialogue for cultural preservation.
How would players access it?
This preserved content could then be reintroduced through an optional legacy mode for players within the game itself. This innovative approach brilliantly frames old game design as valuable training scenarios, or lost knowledge for real-world skill development, creating a truly unique synergy between game preservation, the enduring appeal of the FFXIV universe, and tangible social impact.
That's a fantastic idea, turning preservation into a resource. And the synergy, this seamless integration of virtual and real, extends to OMARG's broader technological and philosophical alignments.
Like the HUD.
Exactly. The Adventurer's HUD, HUD, an AI-assisted heads-up display mobile application with future augmented reality, AR, and virtual VR integration planned, will serve as the central nervous system for guild members.
Like the game interface, but in real life.
Pretty much. It will overlay real-world information, intelligently present quest objectives, or guild leaves, and guild hists, as they're called in the game, adapted for real tasks, track individual seal, script, and tonestone balances, and facilitate seamless communication within and across guild chapters.
Using AI to manage it all.
Yes, leveraging cutting-edge artificial intelligence, AI, for adaptive interfaces, object recognition, imagine putting your phone at a broken fence and getting a love to fix it, and even predictive analytics to suggest relevant tasks or support needs. It makes the system incredibly intuitive, responsive, and truly helpful to the user's immediate environment and needs, mirroring the immersive experience of a game.
That sounds incredibly advanced.
It is ambitious. Furthermore, OMARG is actively seeking global outreach and philosophical alignment with other creative entities whose profound work resonates with its values, understanding that inspiration can come from many sources.
Oh, like who?
For example, they're looking to potentially collaborate or align with Studio Ghibli, Ghibli, for its profound respect for nature, its nuanced portrayal of the human-environment relationship, and its consistent emphasis on local action and community.
That makes perfect sense.
Also, Mages Inc., MAHJ's Inc., known for its science adventure visual novel series like Steins Gate, is seen as aligned for its remarkable ability to ground speculative concepts in scientific reality, creating believable narratives that explore complex themes.
Right, making the fantastic feel plausible.
And even Doga Kobo, DOHGO Kobo, animation studio known for charming slice-of-life series like Yuri Yuri, and Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun, is recognized for its focus on interpersonal connection, the subtle dynamics of small group interactions, and the humor and warmth found in everyday life, all crucial elements for building strong, resilient community bonds within the guild.
So drawing inspiration from different kinds of storytelling.
Exactly. These potential partnerships underscore the deep belief that artistic narratives from various sources can inspire and practically contribute to tangible social change beyond mere entertainment or escapism.
And you mentioned specific real-world initiatives, too.
Yes, a prime example of Omarg's potential for seamless integration with existing social initiatives is its proposed support for hikikomori in Japan's individuals experiencing prolonged and severe social withdrawal, often isolating themselves for months or even years.
A really complex social issue. How would Omarg help?
The Guild's modular task-based leaves offer a uniquely gamified and graded exposure system for social re-engagement. It provides tasks within a safe, purposeful third space outside of the pressures of home or schoolwork.
Like small, achievable steps.
Exactly. For the initial pilot phase, Shibuya, Tokyo, is identified as an ideal location due to its vibrant youth culture and existing robust support services for this population. Omarg wouldn't replace these services, but partner with established nonprofit organizations, NPOs, like Peer Support Net Shibuya and So Did AgeNet, so DHTAkiNet, and utilize welcoming community spaces like Piatto Cafe Kokokara, Piatto Cafe Kokokara, to complement their existing programs.
So integrating directly with local support networks.
Yes, providing a structured, empowering pathway towards social reintegration, allowing individuals to gradually re-enter society through meaningful, low-stakes contributions that build confidence, skills, and a sense of purpose. This demonstrates the incredible adaptability and specificity of the Guild model to address sensitive and complex societal needs collaboratively. #outro.
Wow. We've covered a tremendous amount of ground today on the deep dive. We've explored how the Adventurers Guild model, as meticulously envisioned by Omarg, provides a powerful nonprofit framework for profound real-world impact. It's really quite something.
It truly is a comprehensive vision.
From its surprising origins as a pragmatic social safety net in Eorzea, designed to channel disaffected individuals into productive service, to its rigorously detailed ethical economic system that fundamentally rejects exploitation, and its strategic global partnerships, it offers a refreshing and truly innovative alternative to traditional approaches for addressing complex societal challenges.
It tackles the problems from multiple angles.
The key takeaways really are compelling. The absolute commitment to radical transparency, bolstered by immutable blockchain technology. The ingenious multi-tiered reward system that directly translates service into tangible support for immediate needs like temporary lodging.
A critical first step for many.
Right. And, crucially, how it actively empowers its members to achieve long-term self-sufficiency through skills and certifications that are fully transferable to the external job market, eventually allowing them to secure permanent housing and land.
The springboard model we talked about.
Exactly. It's about building a better future through purpose-driven action, where everyone can find their place and meaningfully contribute. This isn't just theory, you see. It's a detailed, actionable roadmap for translating cherished virtual narratives into tangible, positive change, proving that our digital worlds can, in fact, inspire practical and ethical solutions for our physical one.
So what does this all mean for you, the listener? Consider this provocative thought. What if the greatest adventures aren't found in saving fantastical realms from dragons and empires, but in building those realms, brick by brick, community by community, right here in our own world?
That's a powerful way to put it.
How might we, as individuals, translate our own will of Azem, that intrinsic desire, perhaps buried deep down, to travel the world, offer our services, and make right whatever we can, into everyday acts of service?
Making it personal.
Think about the small granular needs in your own community. What guild lev could you pick up? What small task could you take on? Or what skill could you offer to someone in need, maybe through an existing organization or just neighbor to neighbor?
Starting small, but starting somewhere.
Exactly. How might you contribute to building that network of mutual aid and growth in your own backyard? Perhaps even inspiring your own local informal adventurers guild. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive.